In order to hear the sounds that you create in Live, you will most likely need to use an audio interface. Let's have a look at how you set up an audio interface to work with Live. Most audio interfaces don't require drivers for you to use them with your computer. However, some do. So before you connect your audio interface, please make sure that you've downloaded the latest drivers for your audio interface and install them to your computer. Also, make sure that when you connect your audio interface to your monitor speakers that they're switched off. The next step is to connect your audio interface to your computer with the cable provided. Some audio interfaces also require additional mains power. If this is the case, please make sure you've connected your power supply to your audio interface before you start Live. Now my audio interface is connected, I'll start Live and go to the Preferences page. Here I'll select the Audio tab. In the first section, I have 3 choosers. The first chooser is to select the driver type. For Mac computers, select Core Audio. If you're using a Windows computer, select ASIO. With the second chooser, I can select my audio input device. The third chooser allows me to select my audio output device. In the second section, I can select the sample rate. And in the third section, using the chooser, I can change the latency buffer size. The buffer size determines how responsive Live is when processing audio. Lower latency values allow for a lower overall latency in Live, but at the cost of a higher CPU load. The default is 512 samples, but I'll set it to a lower value. Now all the basic settings for an audio interface have been completed, so I'll close the Preferences window. Live is now set up and ready to use, so it's a good time to switch on your monitor speakers and start making music with Live. MIDI devices allow you to play Live's instruments using keys or pads, or even adjust their parameters. In this video, let's take a look at how you can connect your MIDI devices to Live. Most MIDI devices that connect to the computer for you to input notes or for parameter control are usually class compliant. This means that they do not require drivers to be used once they're connected to your computer and Live 10 has been launched. However, if your MIDI controller does require drivers to be used with the computer, make sure you download the latest version and install this first before connecting it to your computer and using Live. Connect your MIDI device using the cables supplied. If your MIDI device also requires a power supply, make sure this is connected too before starting. Launch Live 10 and go to Live's Preferences. I'll use the keyboard shortcut Command-. Live will automatically recognize your MIDI device. To confirm this, your device will turn up in the MIDI port section and be activated. If you've connected a MIDI device and it has not been recognized by Live, simply go to the MIDI port section, select your MIDI device, and activate Track and Remote. In this case, I've activated the MIDI input of my audio interface. Test your setup by sending MIDI data to Live from your control surface. In the control bar, the MIDI indicators will flash whenever Live recognizes incoming MIDI messages. Some MIDI devices allow for instant mapping. What this means is that they are templates pre-made for Live that allow you to use your MIDI device in several different scenarios without having to change the configuration of your controller. If this is the case, Live will also automatically recognize this and your device will turn up in the Control Surfaces section. If your MIDI device has a control surface template but has not been recognized, you can simply use the chooser by selecting the control surface as well as the input and the output of that device. Up to 6 supported control surfaces can be used simultaneously in Live. The MIDI port section allows you for more detailed configuration of the MIDI inputs and outputs if it's necessary for you to do so. Takeover mode allows you to decide how Live will behave when you use your MIDI device to change parameters in Live. Some audio interfaces have multiple inputs and outputs that you may want to set up. Let's take a look at how you do this in Live's preferences. When connecting an audio interface to Live, you may want to take advantage of the multiple inputs and outputs that your audio interface has to offer. This can be really useful when you quickly want to access inputs and outputs for recording audio or performance. To select my inputs and outputs of my audio interface, I'll simply go to the Live's preferences and select the Audio tab. I'll go to Channel Configuration and select Input Config. Here I can select the stereo inputs or mono inputs that I wish to activate. By clicking next to the space of the inputs, I can now type in the desired name for my input. Once this is done, I'll simply click OK. The same configuration method can be done for the output. Under Channel Configuration, I'll now click Output Config and select the outputs that I wish to activate. As before, I can click on the empty space and type in the name of the output as desired. Now my inputs and outputs of the audio interface have been set, and I can select these from the routing menus. Ableton Live packs give you a wide palette of sounds to work with. In this video, let's take a look at how you can install packs in Live. Ableton Live packs are collections of sounds and presets that expand your library. Let's take a look at how you can install packs. Go to your browser and go to the Packs section. In the Packs section, packs that have already been installed will be seen here. Packs that have not yet been installed or downloaded will be seen in the Available Packs section, which you can click to expand. Here you can see all the packs that you own but you haven't installed yet. If you purchase a new pack from the Ableton web shop, simply right-click the Available Packs section and select Refresh. Then the purchased pack should appear in your Available Packs list for you to download. Click on the arrow icon to download a pack. Once the pack is finished downloading, an Install icon will appear. Click on the Install icon to install the pack. During this time of installation, Live cannot be operated until the pack is completely installed. Once the pack is installed, you can click on the pack to reveal the folders within the pack. You can load presets and clips simply by dragging and dropping into the arrangement or session view, or you can double-click using the mouse. When a pack has been installed for the first time, there may be some additional information for you to read about the pack in the lesson view on the right. Live has a vast spectrum of sounds through packs, but you may want to integrate your own personal sounds. Let's take a look at how you can do this in Live. You might want to use your own personal collection of samples with Live devices such as Simpler and drum racks. In the Live 10 browser, Places, Collections, and the User Library are perfectly suited to this task. Launch Live and open the browser, and go to Places. Here, click on Add Folder. This will allow you to add folders that are located on your hard drive or an external hard drive and reference them in Live. I'll select my folder labeled Drum Kits and then click Open. Now this folder, with all its samples, has been added to my Places section and is being referenced in Live. I can now go in and select samples and add them to my drum rack, for example. Now I've created my first custom drum rack and I'd like to save it as a preset. I'll click the Save icon on the drum rack. This will reference me to my user library, where I can now rename the preset with its own name and save it. The user library is where you can save all your presets and sounds, which may contain external samples. These will all be stored in the user library section.
Saving a live project is an essential step to keep your work stored on your computer. Let's have a look at the different ways you can save live projects. Saving a live set saves everything it contains. This includes all clips, their positions and settings, and the settings of devices and controls. You can save a live set at any time, even during playback. To save the live set you are working on, go to the drop-down menu under File and choose Save Live Set. The shortcut for this on a Mac is Command-S, and on Windows, Control-S. When saving a live set for the first time, it will be saved to a project folder. I'll choose a destination on my computer where I'd like to save a live set and I'll rename it. And click Save. If you'd like to work on a different version of the same live set and save into the same project folder, go to the drop-down menu and under File, choose Save Live Set As. The shortcut to do this is Shift-Command-S on a Mac and Shift-Control-S on a PC. If you'd like to save a copy of your live set, go to the Live menu and under File, choose Save a Copy. It's worth noting that if you want to save a copy of your live set, it may be worth saving it to a different destination, so Live creates a project folder for it. If you'd like to save all presets and samples that you have used in your live set to the project folder, then go to the drop-down menu under File and select Collect All and Save. You can specify where Live should collect the files from by using the check boxes. From Elsewhere saves media files that are not part of the user library or the live library. For example, if you've used samples in your live set from an external hard drive. From other projects, copies and saves media files that were used in other projects and have been used in your current live set. From the user library saves media files that have been used from your user library. And from factory packs collects and saves media files that have been used from packs. When you choose Collect All and Save while a live set is in playback, Live will stop playback when you click OK.
Live has default settings for tracks and devices. You could either use those or create your own ones if that helps you to get started on music creation as quickly as possible. Let's take a look at the default settings. Loading an audio or MIDI track or a device from the device icon will load them in a default state. However, you can also create tracks and devices with your own default state. Creating a default audio or MIDI track can be achieved by loading the device in the audio or MIDI track accordingly, and then right-clicking to save as default. So let's say, for example, I would like to have an EQ8 on my audio tracks. I will load the device accordingly, and then right-click on the top of the track and select Save as Default. Now, if I load a new audio track, it will appear with the EQ8 that we just chose. Defaults for audio tracks and MIDI tracks can differ from each other. However, they cannot be set for the return and the master tracks. Now, to change the default settings of a device, change the parameters that you would like to change first, and then right-click on the device to select Save as Default from the menu. So if I would like to have a low cut on my EQ8, I will choose the parameter accordingly, and then I will right-click on the top of the device and choose Save as Default. If I now load a new EQ8 on a different track, it will appear with the low cut that we just selected. To change the default settings of a live set, add the audio MIDI return tracks and the devices that you would like to have, and go to Preferences under the tab File folder, where you can select Save Current Set as Default. Default live sets can be cleared at any time from the preferences in Live.
In this video, let's take a look at how you can use third-party plugins in Live. Plugins are devices created by third-party companies that work in similar ways to devices in Live. Plugins that can be used in Live can be either VST format, or they can be audio unit format, which is for Mac OS only. You can find all your installed plugins under the section Plugins in your browser. In Live's preferences, there are a few parameters that you can set for your plugins. In the tab Look and Feel, under the section Plugin Windows, there are 3 preferences that affect the behavior of plugin windows. In the tab File folder, under the section Plugin Sources, there are 2 buttons that allow you to activate the use of audio units and VSTs according to the system folders. There is another option that allows you to activate the use of VST plugin custom folders. This option should only be used if you have experience in setting up VST custom folders. Plugin devices can be either instruments or effects. If they're instrument devices, they're found in front of audio effect devices in the signal chain. And if they're audio effect devices, they're found after instrument devices in the signal chain. If you click on the Plugin Edit button, a floating window will appear of the original VST or audio unit plugin. If you click the button adjacent to the Edit window button, you can also configure the most used parameters of that VST to be used without having to open up the Edit window. Click Configure, and when it is highlighted green, select the parameters that you would like to use, and then click Configure again to finish the configuration. I can use this device just like I would use a regular Live device. I can map MIDI controller messages to some of the parameters in Live's panel, and I can automate or modulate these parameters with clip envelopes. I can also map parameters to the XY field that is available in every plugin device view in Live by selecting the parameters from the choosers. With some plugin devices, you're also able to change presets directly from Live's panel. With this particular plugin device, if I select the chooser directly above the XY field, I can access the different presets of the device without having to open up the Edit window. Let's take a look at the arrangement view in Live, where you can lay out your clips along a timeline to create a song arrangement, or you can record and edit audio or MIDI directly in the arrangement view. In Live, the arrangement view displays the arrangement. This consists of music that you've laid out along a song timeline. The arrangement view is an editing tool that easily allows you to combine and arrange MIDI and audio. You can also automate parameters of the mixer and any devices as well. The arrangement can be created directly in the arrangement view, or clips can be created first in the session view and then recorded or placed into the arrangement view. In my current live set, I have an arrangement. It consists of audio tracks and MIDI tracks. Within each of the tracks, clips are arranged horizontally along the timeline. On the right-hand side of Live's interface, each track is named and colored. Next to the track name, I'll find the routing section for inputs and outputs. And directly next to that, I'll find the mixer section for volume, panning, muting, soloing, arming track, and send control. The return tracks and master tracks are found directly above the timeline. Directly below the timeline, I find the detail view, which gives me access to the device view and the clip view. And to the left of the arrangement view, I have my browser. To navigate my arrangement, I can use the clip overview. The clip overview also gives me a visual overview of the entire arrangement. The overview can be resized simply by clicking and dragging downwards. I can click and drag horizontally to scroll through my arrangement, or I can click and drag vertically to zoom in or out of the arrangement. By clicking directly into the arrangement background, a flashing insert marker appears. The insert marker can be moved left or right to select a certain period within a track or across several tracks. Clips can be moved from one song position to another simply by selecting the clip and dragging it. You can also move a MIDI or audio clip from one track to another, provided that you move them from the same type of track that they originated from. If you drag a clip into an empty space, the track that it originated from will be duplicated. Clips can be extended or shortened simply by dragging a clip's left or right edge to change the length. Clips will snap to the edit grid. If you wish to momentarily disable the grid while dragging out a clip, hold Command on a Mac or Control on Windows while dragging the clip. In the arrangement view, you can use locators to mark certain points within your song arrangement. These can be set in one of two ways. You can right-click in the scrub area and select Add Locator, or you can position the insert marker somewhere along your arrangement and use the Set button directly above the first track within the arrangement view. You can jump between locators by using the arrow keys directly below the Set button, or you can select the locators directly in the scrub area. To start playback from a locator, simply double-click the locator. Locators can also be selected during playback. Live will then move from its current song position to the locator in sync with the tempo and according to your current quantization settings. The loop brace can be adjusted within the arrangement. To toggle the loop on or off, simply use the loop button. Directly adjacent to the loop button are the punch in and punch out button. When the punch in and punch out buttons are both activated, you can record within the region of the loop brace only. If I wish to duplicate certain sections within my arrangement, or delete certain sections of my arrangement, I can duplicate time or delete time. To do this, use the insert marker and select a certain period along the timeline. This can be done within one track, regardless of how many tracks you've actually used. I'll then go to the drop-down menu under Edit and select Duplicate Time or Delete Time. Similar to the session view, the arrangement view can also have automation. Whereas in the session view, automation is only in clips, in the arrangement view, automation can span across clips, but can also contain clip automation of individual clips. To toggle between track content and the track automation of all tracks, I can press the automation mode button, or I can use the computer keyboard shortcut A. Automation that has been added in the arrangement view can be moved with the clip when a clip is moved. However, if you'd like to keep the automation in its place, then simply toggle the Lock Envelopes button directly adjacent to the Automation Mode button. When this is switched to on, you can move clips and the automation will stay in its place.
Let's take a look at the different types of tracks you can use in Live. In Live, tracks host clips and also manage the flow of signals, as well as the creation of new clips through recording, sound synthesis, effects processing, and mixing. The session and arrangement view share the same set of tracks, with the first track in the session view corresponding to the first track in the arrangement view. The only difference is that in the session view, the tracks are laid out in columns, while in the arrangement view, they are stacked vertically with time moving from left to right. Each track has its own individual detail view, where you can add things like instruments, effects, or plugins. In the detail view, the signal flow of the devices that you might have added goes from left to right. A track can only play one clip at a time. When you trigger a new clip, the clip that was previously playing stops to let the new one play. At any one time, a track can be playing either a clip in the session view or a clip in the arrangement view, but never both. There are 3 types of tracks used in live: audio tracks, MIDI tracks, and return tracks. Audio tracks are used to record and play back audio clips, whereas MIDI tracks are used to record and play back MIDI clips. Audio and MIDI tracks have their own corresponding clip types, so an audio clip cannot be hosted in a MIDI track and vice versa. Return tracks differ from audio and MIDI tracks in that they don't host any clips. Instead, signals from audio and MIDI tracks can be sent to a return track in order for mass processing. Then, this processed signal from the return tracks can be sent to the master or elsewhere. To add a track, right-click into the empty space and select the kind of track you want. You can add tracks with their respective shortcuts as well. For an audio track, Command-T on Mac or Control-T on Windows. For a MIDI track, Command-Shift-T on Mac or Control-Shift-T on Windows. And for a return track, Alt-Command-T on Mac or Alt-Control-T on Windows.
Let's take a look at the transport bar and how it is used when working in the arrangement view. There are a number of ways to control Live's transport with the computer keyboard and mouse. The transport bar controls playback. Play starts playback, stop stops playback, and record starts recording in the arrangement view. You can set the arrangement playback position by clicking anywhere along the arrangement to place a flashing insert marker. The shortcut for stop playback is spacebar, and the shortcut for playback is also spacebar. The shortcut to playback from the current song position is Shift plus spacebar. The shortcut for playback selection is Option spacebar on Mac and Alt spacebar on Windows. The arrangement position section shows the song position in bars, beats, and sixteenths. Either click and drag or double-click to type in the number and change values. When follow is activated, the display will scroll so that the song position is always visible. Follow is on by default. Follow can be toggled on and off. The shortcut for follow is Command-Shift-F on Mac and Control-Shift-F on Windows.
When searching for sounds or presets in Live, you can easily use the hot swap function of devices or the search function of the browser to change the sounds. Let's take a look at this now. The hot swap function is one of the fastest ways to change presets within a Live set. Simply go to the hot swap icon and click on it. The shortcut for this is Q on your keyboard. The hot swap function automatically opens up the folder where the previous preset was found. To load the new sound, I can simply press enter. You don't have to load a preset from the same folder, but when loading a new preset, make sure that you're loading the same type of device preset. To go out of the hot swap mode, simply press the Q button again. The hot swap function also works in drum racks when you want to swap individual sounds or samples. By clicking on the hot swap icon within the drum rack, I can change the individual sounds or samples. In this case, I'd like to load a new kick drum. Live opens a relevant category within my browser, in this case, the kick folder of my drum hits. As with presets, I'm not limited to the folder that is suggested to me, and I can use other sound sources and load them into the drum rack. The search bar in Live's browser allows me to look for specific presets based on keyword searches. I can either click directly into the search bar, or on a Mac, use Command F, or PC, Control F, and type in my keyword search. So I'm going to look for a bass sound. Within each of the labels of the category section, I will now find all results with the word bass. I can also click on the All Results section, which will give me all results with the word bass. My search results will also be reflected in the Collections section. In this particular case, I'd like to load a preset from the device analog. To load this preset, I'll simply drag and drop this preset over the device I wish to change. Making new presets of devices in Live is a really easy process. In this video, we're going to look at how you can make the presets and save them to your user library. In track number 5, I have an instrument rack. This instrument rack contains several different devices, and I've mapped some of the important parameters to macros. I'd like to save this instrument rack as a preset to my user library. To do this, I'll click the Save icon on the instrument rack. This action will immediately refer me to my user library. I can rename the device, and then press Enter on my computer keyboard to save it. The preset is also saved in a subfolder labeled Instrument Rack. Any devices or clips that you save from a live set will be saved to their respective folders in the user library. If you right-click anything in the user library, you can use collections to further tag your sounds and clips so you can find them more easily from your browser. I'd like to save another preset from the kick that I'm using in my current live set. I'll select the track with the kick and click the Save icon of the device to save it to my user library. I'll rename this preset and then click Enter to save it. As you can see, this has been saved to another section of the user library. I'll use the Collections feature again so that I can quickly access it from my browser. In addition to saving your own presets and clips, the user library also contains additional folders for your defaults, grooves, and samples that have been imported or recorded into live sets or projects. I'll now go to the Collections section in my browser to load the Chords preset that I created earlier. I can simply do this by dragging and dropping the preset into an empty space in my session view. If for any reason you need to locate your user library, go to Live's Preferences, and under the tab Library, under the section Content Locations, you can reference the directory location to find your user library. If for any reason you need to relocate your user library, click Browse to locate this on your computer, and then press OK to confirm this.
The Help view and File Management view occur in the same location of Live's interface. Let's have a look at the properties of each view and what you might use them for. When getting started with Live, or for more information on installed Live packs, you may want to read through the provided tutorials or the information on how a pack was created or structured. Click on the drop-down menu labeled View and select Help View to access this section in Live. You can select a tutorial or pack information simply by clicking through to the topic. You can click on Next Page or Previous Page to click through pages. By clicking the Home icon on the top right, this will bring you back to the front page of Live's Help view. In Live's Help view, you'll also find a link to the PDF of the reference manual of Live. If you go back to the drop-down menu labeled View and select File Manager, the File Manager section will open up in the same area as the Help view in Live's interface. The File Manager helps you organize files that you use with Live.
The Groove Pool is a section of Live's interface where you can store grooves to add swing to sequenced MIDI or even audio. Let's have a look at the Groove Pool. The timing and feel of each clip in your set can be modified through the use of grooves. Live comes with a large selection of grooves, which appear as Ableton groove files in the browser. The Groove Pool is located here. You can also use the shortcut Command-Alt-G on Mac or Control-Alt-G on Windows. Grooves can be found in the core library under Swing and Groove. I can take several grooves and simply add them to the Groove Pool. These can now be selected from clips to apply the groove. You can apply different grooves to different clips.
Groove files are a great way to change the timing and feeling of clips in Live. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can use them. The timing and feel of all clips can be changed by using grooves. Select a groove from the folder Swing and Groove in the core library and simply drag and drop it onto a clip. I can choose several groove files and drag and drop them into the Groove Pool directly below the browser. With these groove files added, I can now go to the Groove Chooser in the detail view of a clip and select which groove I'd like to use. You'll also notice that each groove file has 5 parameters that you can adjust to further change the timing and feel of that groove. The velocity adjusts how much the velocity of the notes in clips will be affected by the velocity information of a groove file. The slider can go from +100 to -100. When the value is negative, the effect of the groove on velocity will be reversed. Loud notes will play quieter, and quieter notes will play louder. Random adjusts how much random timing is applied to clips. You can hear this take the most effect at high levels. At low levels, it's good for humanizing strongly quantized clip material. Timing allows you to adjust how much a groove will affect any clips that are using it. Quantize adjusts the amount of quantization applied before the groove is applied. The resolution of quantization is set by using the bass chooser to the left of it. The bass chooser sets the timing resolution for which the groove will then take effect. So when set to 16th notes, every 16th note in the groove will affect every 16th note in the clip. The global amount scales the overall intensity of all the parameters of a groove file. If the slider is over 100%, then these parameters will be exaggerated even more. Let's have a look at the next track, which contains an audio clip of a drum loop. In the detail view of an audio clip, there is also a groove chooser where I can select the groove files to apply grooves to an audio clip. You can also extract grooves from audio or MIDI clips by simply right-clicking the clip and selecting Extract Groove. You can extract grooves from one or several clips at a time. Live will analyze the timing and feeling of that particular clip and add it to the groove pool. Once added to the groove pool, the groove can then be renamed and saved to the user library. With the new groove saved to my user library, I can now apply this groove to my MIDI clip in the other track. When grooves are applied to clips, they are non-destructive. In other words, they do not permanently alter the contents of a clip. However, if you press the commit button under the groove chooser in the detail view, this will permanently apply the groove to the contents of the clip.
The dual screen mode allows you to use the arrangement view and the session view at the same time. Let's take a look at this now. If you were working with multiple monitors or one larger, higher resolution monitor, you can open up a second window in Live to access all of Live's different views simultaneously. To do this, go to the drop-down menu View and select Second Window. This can also be done by using the shortcut Command-Shift-W for Mac or Control-Shift-W for Windows. Now there is a second window. You can either drag it over to another monitor or resize the main window to have both windows on screen at the same time. By enabling the second window, it gives you the option of viewing and using both the session view and the arrangement view at the same time, instead of having to switch between them. It also gives you the option of having a dedicated monitor or window for detailed MIDI clip editing. By pressing Tab on your computer keyboard, you can swap the session and arrangement views between windows. This can also be done with the device and clip views by pressing Shift and Tab.
Packs are collections of sounds and presets that you can use in Live. In this video, we're going to have a look at how packs are structured. The Packs section is located in the Places section of your browser. You can click the arrow next to the icon of the pack to reveal the pack's contents. Let's go through all the folders of the core library pack. The first folder is labeled Audio Effect Tracks. All sounds and presets can be loaded by drag and drop from the browser. Audio effect tracks are a collection of several different audio effect devices grouped into a rack with 8 macros to adjust parameters. The next folder is labeled Devices, which is further split into audio effects, instruments, and MIDI effects. Audio effects contains all audio devices in Live. If you click on the arrow next to the device, you can access the device presets. If you'd like to load the default of a device, drag and drop the device from the top level. The folder Instruments contains all instrument devices in Live. If you click the arrow next to the device, you're able to access the presets. The third folder contains all MIDI effect devices. The next folder, labeled Drums, contains all drum rack presets. If you select a drum preset without loading it, then you can hear what it sounds like in the preview bar. The next folder is labeled Samples, which is organized into several categories. If a sample is selected but not loaded, the sample can be previewed in the preview bar. If I drag and drop this loop into an empty space within my live set, an audio track will be created, and I can play this drum loop as a clip. The next section in this pack is labeled Sounds. Sounds is also organized into subcategories. The Sounds section contains all instrument rack presets. Instrument racks can be a combination of instruments, effects, and MIDI effects contained in an instrument rack, which also has 8 macros for the control of mapped parameters. The last section is labeled Swing and Groove. In each of the subfolders, there are groove files. Groove files can be used to add swing to MIDI or audio clips. You can select a groove file from the browser and simply drag and drop it on a clip to add swing to that clip. If you'd like to use several groove files within a live set, you can open the groove pool and drag the groove files directly into the groove pool. The different groove files can then be selected using the chooser in the detail view of clips. Let's now have a look at a different pack within the packs collection that I have. In this Beat Tools pack, I have an additional folder labeled MIDI clips, which contains MIDI clips from the pack which I can load into my live set. If these clips are loaded, they'll also load their respective preset sound. I have another additional folder labeled Sets. This folder contains Ableton live sets. If I click the arrow next to the live set, I have access to all the tracks within that live set.
Drum Bus is an analog-style drum processor that allows you to add character and body to your audio. It can be used for simple or complex processing that can really liven up your mixes. Let's take a look at this device in more detail now. Drum Bus is an analog-style drum processor and audio effect device in live. It's designed to add body and character to drums. Let's get a quick overview of the device. The trim slider allows you to reduce the input level before processing is applied to any signal. If you toggle the button Comp, a fixed optimized compressor compresses the input signal. There are 3 types of distortion you can select: soft, a wave shaping distortion; medium, a limiting distortion; and hard, a clipping distortion with a bass boost. The amount of distortion applied can be regulated with the dial labelled Drive. In the next section, we have a transient dial to emphasise or de-emphasise transients. There's a dial to dampen high frequencies. And there's a dial labelled Crunch to add more distortion to the mid-range frequency of your input signal. In the third section, we have a dial labelled Boom. This dial allows you to adjust the amount of low-frequency enhancement you apply to the input signal. The frequency dial allows you to adjust the frequency of the low-end enhancement. The decay slider allows you to adjust the duration of the low-frequency enhancement. By clicking on Force to Note, this sets the low-end enhancer frequency to a value to the nearest MIDI note. This is great for tuning the low frequency enhancement. The Boom Audition button allows you, when enabled, to listen to only the result of the low frequency enhancer. There's a bass meter and an output meter with a gain slider. The dry-wet control adjusts the position between the process signal at 100% and the dry signal at 0.
In this video, we're going to have a look at the delay device and walk through its various features. Delay is a versatile device that combines many useful features into an accessible interface. The dry-wet parameter sets the balance between the original dry signal and the delayed wet signal. The feedback parameter dials in how much of the device's output is fed back into the device's input. This is what causes the repeats that we often associate with delay effects. This parameter can reach a maximum of 95%. Clicking on the Delay Sync button will toggle the repeated audio between tempo synced 16th notes and millisecond values. Disabling the link button allows us to choose different delay times in the left and right channels. This freeze button will endlessly repeat the sound that is currently stored in the effects buffer and will ignore any input signal until the button is deactivated again. The filter section allows us to sculpt the sound of the repeats by filtering out the higher and lower frequencies. The modulation section underneath allows further creative control over the repeats generated by the device. We can dial in the speed of the modulation and apply it individually to both the position of the filter or the speed of the repeats. The mode section allows us to decide how changes in delay time will be processed. Fade crossfades between new and old delay times. Selecting jump means that the delay time values suddenly update when the delay time is changed, almost as if the delay times jump from one value to the other. Finally, with ping pong enabled, the delay lines will alternate between the left and right output channels. If you have older projects that include either the simple delay or ping pong delay devices, these will be automatically converted to delay when you open your project in Live 10.1.
Let's take a look at the varied range of delay sounds that you can create with Echo. Here I have a set with 2 tracks, a drum loop and some chords. I've loaded an Echo device on the drum loop, which I'm now going to solo so that we can look into Echo properly. Delay lines are set to the left and right channels and can be linked or unlinked to each other. The delay time can sync to the tempo of the set or set the time in milliseconds. By using the input dial, you can set the gain for the dry signal. You can distort the signal with an overdrive to add more character simply by turning the dial beyond 0 dB. If you like more distortion, then you can click the D button. The feedback adjusts the amount of delay signal that is fed back into the delay lines for processing. Turning the feedback dial above 100% creates more extreme feedback settings. Use the feedback with caution above 100% when using headphones or monitor speakers at higher volumes. Delay offset creates tiny shifts in the delay time and can be set independently of each delay line. Changes in the delay time create changes in the visualization known as the echo tunnel. Using the filters, you can filter frequencies of the delayed signal. There is a high pass and a low pass filter. Each of them has a resonance. Adding reverb can create a more spatial effect to your delay signal. The reverb can be controlled with a dial. With a chooser directly under the reverb dial, you can choose where the reverb will be positioned in the signal flow of the echo device. It can be placed after the delay, post, in front of the delay, pre, or within the feedback loop. The decay can also be set. The stereo width can be adjusted to create wide stereo delay or mono delay sounds. The output control allows you to adjust the volume of the device. The dry-wet control creates a balance between the dry signal and the delayed signal. The delay can also be set to stereo, ping-pong, or mid-side. Echo's character section allows you to control the dynamics of the delayed sounds, as well as to add analog sounding imperfections. Let's take a look at how you can apply this to audio signals. Now let's take a look at the character tab. Echo can emulate the sound of old tape delay hardware units. By clicking the noise setting, you can set the amount of background noise added to the output signal of the device. You can use the morph setting to change the sound of the noise. The wobble is another setting familiar to the sound of old hardware tape delays. By increasing the percentage value, slight imperfections in the speed of the delay are introduced to the delayed signal. This creates a slight wobble in the pitch of the delayed sound. This behavior can also be changed by using the morph parameter. The gate allows you to gate the signal from the input. By setting the threshold to a specific value, if the signal is higher than the threshold value, the signal will be processed by the delay. The release time adjusts the length of the gate. Ducking momentarily decreases the volume of the output signal when the input signal goes above the set threshold value. The threshold, as well as the release time, can be adjusted for the ducking parameter. In this video, we'll take a look at the modulation tab of the Echo device and how you can use this. Let's now click on the second tab where we have the modulation. An LFO, or low frequency oscillator, can be applied to the time of the delay lines and to the filter. By increasing the percentage, you can increase the changes in the delay time and filter. Here you can change the rate of the LFO, which can be synced or free. The LFO has different shapes that you can toggle to change the way the modulation behaves. There is also an envelope follower modulation source that can be activated in this section. Turning up the percentage creates a balance between the LFO modulating a delay and the envelope follower modulating the delay. When the envelope follower control is at 100%, then only the envelope follower will modulate the delay.
Max for Live extends the functionality of Live Suite and allows users to customize their own devices. In this video, we're going to have a brief overview of what Max for Live is and how you can use it. Max for Live is an extension of the Live Suite software and was co-developed by Cycling74. It allows you to extend and customize Live by creating your own Max devices, whether they're instruments, audio effects, or MIDI effects. If building your own custom devices is not what you really want to do, there are also quite a few pre-made instruments, effects, and tutorials to get you started. Max for Live devices can be used just like Live's regular built-in devices. In addition to this, Max for Live is now bundled with Live Suite, and so it's loaded every time that Live Suite is started. So let's take a look at some Max for Live devices that come with Live Suite. Max for Live devices can be found in the category section of the browser under Max for Live. Max for Live devices fall into three distinct categories: Max Audio Effects, Max Instruments, and Max MIDI Effects. As of Live 10, certain Max for Live devices are integrated into the core library. Let's have a look at some examples in these 3 tracks that I've pre-prepared. In track number 1, I have a drum rack. Within the drum rack, I have 8 different Max for Live devices. Each one is a drum synth, producing its own percussion sound. Each of the Max for Live devices can be controlled individually using their parameter controls. In track 2, labeled bass, I have an instrument rack, the 106 bass, and 2 Max for Live devices. The device on the left, Expression Control, is a Max MIDI effect. Expression Control allows me to map certain MIDI parameters that I can select from the chooser to any of the parameters that I can see in Live's interface. So by clicking Map, not only can I map this device to other device parameters, but I could also map it to, for example, the mixer section, or even other device parameters in other tracks. But for this example, I'm just going to map it to the cutoff filter. The device to the right of my instrument is an LFO Max for Live device. I can map this low frequency oscillator also to any of the parameters that I see in Live, simply by clicking Map. I'm going to map this to the volume of my mixer section of this track. In my third track, I have a Max instrument device called Granulator. Granulator specializes in granular synthesis. To the left of my device, I have Envelope, another Max for Live MIDI effect. This device allows you to map an envelope to any parameter that you see in Live. So I'm going to map the envelope to the frequency of my autofilter audio effect. Some of the Max for Live devices that come with the core library have this yellow icon. Once you click on it, it actually allows you to map that particular device to several different parameters at the same time, no matter where they are within Live's interface. So in this case, I'm going to map the envelope to another audio effect that I've added to my signal chain, the reverb, and allow the envelope to control the dry-wet controls of the reverb. If you'd like to see how a Max for Live device has been programmed, you can click on the Edit button of the Max for Live device to open the Max Device Editor. Here you can actually open up the device and peek under the graphical interface to see how the visual programming of Max was used to put this particular device together. There are even more Max for Live devices available to you directly from the Ableton website under Packs. Also, in addition to this, there's the website maxforlive.com, which contains a wide spectrum of Max for Live devices created by the community.
Distortion is an effect that can add grit and character to instruments. In this video, we will have a look at Pedal, a virtual distortion effect device for Live. Pedal is a guitar distortion effect in Live. Pedal can also be used in less conventional settings, such as an effect on vocals, synths, or even drums. In fact, anything you like. I've loaded a pedal device on my first track, which has a drum clip playing. Let's get a quick overview of the pedal device. At the top, you have gain and output. There are 3 settings for the pedal types: overdrive, distortion, and fuzz. The pedal has a 3-band EQ and a toggle switch for the mid frequencies. There is a dry-wet control and a sub-switch. The first setting, overdrive, adds warm and smooth distortion to your sound. The second setting, distortion, is slightly more aggressive than overdrive. The third setting, fuzz, is the most extreme distortion setting in pedal. For each of these distortion settings, the more you turn the gain dial to the right, the more distortion is added to the signal. If the output signal is too high after distortion has been added, you can use the output dial to lower the volume of the pedal device. The EQ dials allow you to adjust the EQ of the processed signal. Each dial corresponds to low, mid, and high frequencies. Underneath the mid-frequency dial, there is a three-way switch. This switch allows you to decide whether you would like narrow or wider cutting or boosting of the mid-frequencies. Each setting has a center frequency. On the left, at 500 Hz, in the middle setting at 1 kHz, and at its highest setting at 2 kHz. The advantage of using this switch in conjunction with the mid-frequency dial is that it allows you to shape your distortion sounds even more. The sub-switch toggles a low-shelf filter that boosts all frequencies from 250 Hz and below. The dry-wet control allows you to adjust the balance between the processed sound and the dry signal.
In this video, let's take a look at editing MIDI and audio clips in the arrangement view. In the arrangement view in Live, audio and MIDI clips can be split or consolidated. To split an audio or MIDI clip, simply click into the arrangement view until the insert marker is visible. Go to the drop-down menu under Edit and select Split. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Command E on a Mac or Control E on Windows. If you'd like to consolidate two or more clips, click into the arrangement view song position and select the clips you wish to consolidate. Go to the Edit drop-down menu and select Consolidate. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Command J on a Mac or Control J on Windows. If you wish to deactivate a portion of a clip or an entire clip, simply click into the arrangement view and select the portion of the clip you'd like to deactivate or the entire clip, and then right-click and select Deactivate Clip. The shortcut to deactivate clips is 0 on your computer keyboard. Audio and MIDI clips can be copied from one place to another within the arrangement view. To do this, simply select the clip or a portion of the clip and hold down the Alt button on your computer keyboard and then drag the clip to the new song position. Once you have a copy of the clip in the right position in your arrangement view, release the trackpad or mouse for the clip to be implemented there. If you drag a copy of the clip into an empty space in the arrangement view, an exact duplicate of that track will be created along with the clip. An entire audio clip or a section of an audio clip can be reversed simply by creating a selection or selecting the entire clip and pressing R on your computer keyboard. To scrub the contents of an entire clip, hold down Command-Option-Shift on a Mac or Control-Alt-Shift on a PC, and then click and drag the contents of the clip to the left or to the right. At the beginning and end of all audio clips in the arrangement view, there is an adjustable control for the volume fade. These controls are available to all audio clips in the arrangement view, provided that the automation mode is toggled off. To enable a fade, simply click and drag to the opposite edge of a clip. If you'd like to change the slope of the fade, click and drag the slope handle. If you'd like to create a crossfade between two audio clips that are adjacent to each other, click and drag from one clip to the opposite end of the clip to create the crossfade. Crossfades also have slope handles. Click and drag the slope handle to change the curve of the crossfades.
In this video, we're going to have a look at how we can work with automation in Arrangement View. Automation in the Arrangement View can be added in three ways, either by recording it in using a push, a MIDI controller, or a mouse or trackpad, by entering it manually with the Shapes menu or the Draw tool, or by recording in clips from the Session view, where these clips already contain clip automation. If you make any changes to parameters during Session View to Arrangement View recording, these changes will be recorded into the Arrangement View as well. The Automation Mode button allows you to toggle between seeing track content and track automation. You can also press A on your computer keyboard as a shortcut to this function. Let's record automation into this arrangement. First, I need to ensure that the Automation Arm button is enabled. I'll go ahead and hit play, followed by record. Hitting record again will stop the recording. If I make any adjustments to this parameter after some automation has been recorded, the automation will be overridden and the red line will turn grey. To re-enable the automation, simply click the Re-enable Automation button. Another way to add automation to the arrangement, as opposed to recording it in, is to use breakpoints. I can use the device chooser to select the device I want to add automation to. Directly underneath, I can select which parameter I would like to automate. A device parameter that contains no automation will be represented by a dotted red line. Clicking once on the line will add the breakpoints. Dragging these points up and down will automate the parameter. breakpoints will automatically snap to the current grid. If you wish to temporarily disable the snap to grid function, hold down Command on a Mac or Control on Windows and drag your breakpoint to wherever you would like it to be. You can also add automation by enabling the Draw Mode switch. Draw Mode will again enter automation that automatically snaps to the current grid of the arrangement view. Once again, if you wish to disable this snap to grid function, hold down Command on a Mac or Control on Windows whilst drawing in the automation. If you would like to move a breakpoint horizontally, but so that it remains at its current value, hold down Shift and drag the breakpoint. If you would like to keep the breakpoint's current position on the timeline, but change its value with a fine resolution, hold down Shift and drag the breakpoint vertically. You can add a curve to the information between two breakpoints. To do this, hold down Alt on the computer keyboard and drag the line up and down. As well as recording and freehand drawing, you can insert automation shapes by choosing them from the menu that pops up after selecting a time span and right-clicking on a PC or control-clicking on a Mac. Automation can be stretched and skewed by manipulating the handles that appear when you hover the cursor over a selected span of time. This is possible on vertical, horizontal and diagonal axes. Holding down Alt on a PC or Option on a Mac while manipulating these handles allows you to simultaneously adjust the opposite handle. Recording in automation happens at high definition, which sometimes creates lots of breakpoints. If you want to simplify these breakpoints to make it easier to edit them, select them, bring up the pop-up menu by right-clicking on a PC or control-clicking on a Mac and choose Simplify Envelope. You can manually enter a specific parameter value by hovering your cursor over a breakpoint and right-clicking on a PC or control-clicking on a Mac and selecting Edit Value from the pop-up menu. You can lock envelopes using the Lock Envelope button in the arrangement view. If this is activated, your automation will not be affected by you editing a clip or moving it. If the Lock Envelopes button is not enabled, all envelopes will follow the clip's movement. You can duplicate automation in the arrangement view by selecting the automation and choosing Duplicate from the pop-up menu. Alternatively, you can use Ctrl-D on a PC or Command-D on a Mac. You can add individual lanes to each automated parameter to get an overview of the automation you've added. To add a lane, select the device from the device chooser and then browse to the parameter you want. Click the small plus icon below to add a new lane. Alternatively, you can select the parameter you would like to work with by clicking on it anywhere in Live's interface. The track will automatically now display that parameter. Finally, you can fold and unfold automation lanes by using the small arrow button. In this video, we're going to take a look at the differences between working with automation and modulation in Ableton Live. Automation and modulation are two ways to tell Live how and when to make changes to parameters, for example the volume of a track or the cutoff frequency of a filter. Automation tells Live to set a parameter to a specific value at a specific time. In Session View, automation is displayed within clips. We can draw in automation using either the pencil tool or by selecting a shape from the menu that pops up when we right-click on a PC or control-click on a Mac. Alternatively, we can record in automation using a push, a MIDI controller, or even your mouse or trackpad. Let's record in some automation on this delay device. Once a parameter has been automated, Live will display a red dot next to it. Modulation also tells Live how and when to move parameters. However, with modulation, the movement is always relative to a parameter's current value. Sometimes it's helpful to think of modulation as a way to scale the range of parameter changes. Here I have a long bass note with some simple automation drawn in, which we can see in red. Clicking the modulation button, I'm going to draw in a ramp with the blue line that goes from low to high as my clip progresses. As you can hear, the automation provides some movement, while the modulation defines how much of that movement is applied to the filter. The effect that the automation has on the sound becomes more dramatic. Automation and modulation can work together to produce interesting results. In this clip, I've drawn in some modulation for Wavetable's filter, but I haven't yet used automation. This way, I'm free to experiment with the filter's cutoff position whilst always retaining my modulation pattern. If I find an idea I like, I can capture it by recording in the automation. As well as using Clip View to access these features, we can also use a shortcut via a pop-up menu anywhere in Live's interface. Simply select a clip, navigate to the parameter we want to work with, and right-click on a PC or control-click on a Mac.
There are various ways to record parameter changes in Live. In this next video, we'll take a closer look at clip automation. Recording automation to parameters within devices, MIDI control, or the mixer can help create more expressive and musical parts. We can apply automation either over an entire track or within individual clips. Here, I have a Wavetable device that is playing a lead pattern, and I'd like to record automation over a 4-bar loop. To do this, first alarm the track. I'll then activate the automation arm and the session record buttons. Live is now ready to record any parameters that I adjust. Or if I was using a MIDI controller, I could record the automation simultaneously. And note, recording for longer than the duration of the clip would override any previous automation. When I finish recording, I'll toggle off session record. To view the recorded automation, I can go to the clip view and the detail view and select the envelope icon. Now from the device chooser, I can select any devices that have been loaded onto the track. Any parameters or devices with automation will have a red dot beside them. I can limit the chooser to devices or parameters with automation by selecting only show adjusted envelopes. To delete this automation, I simply right-click and select Clear Envelope. Instead of recording the automation and using my mouse or MIDI controller, I can record it in using breakpoints. To create a breakpoint, I simply click the red line and drag with my mouse to move it. Moving a breakpoint will snap it to the current resolution of my grid. In this case, 1/8. I can change this by right-clicking and choosing a different resolution. To work outside of my specified grid, I'll hold Command or Control to move the breakpoint. I can also define my own value by right-clicking the breakpoint and selecting Edit Value. I can now define an exact value for my breakpoint. If there is a gradient between the two breakpoints and you'd like to have a curve instead of a straight line, simply move the cursor close to the line and it will highlight in blue. You can now hold down the Alt or Option button and move the cursor. You are now able to create a curve between the two breakpoints. By highlighting a portion of time and opening the contextual menu, you can also add predefined automation shapes. These are also set to our current grid. In addition, by highlighting either the whole clip or a portion of time, you can further transform your automation. To draw automation in with your computer keyboard, press B or select the draw switch mode at the top right hand corner. Instead of each track needing to be armed, I can record the automation for all playing clips. To do this, I'll open Live's Preferences and navigate to the Record Warp Launch tab. In the Record section, I'll set Record Session Automation in to all tracks. Once I toggle on Session Record, I can now record the automation into all playing clips.
What makes music really come alive is change over time. With modulation, we can add this layer of life and movement to our sounds, which I'll walk you through in this video. Modulation exists inside clips. If I double-click the clip in the clip view, I can show the envelopes box, and here I can draw curves for either automation or modulation. Automation is changing the absolute value of a parameter, whereas modulation is scaling that value relatively to where it was set. If I click the panorama parameter of track 1, I can see in the chooser now that the mixer and track panorama has been selected. Now I can draw in a modulation curve to make the panorama change towards the right, then to the left, and back to the center. Let's hear how it sounds. Great, we're hearing the movement in the stereo field. But notice how the value is changing behind the parameter. This is the relative movement. And if I move the absolute value of the parameter towards the left, you can see that we get a different behavior. This is the key difference between automation and modulation. Great, let's clear this envelope and move over and make some modulation to the filter frequency of our chord sound. If I right-click the parameter, I can choose Show Modulation and go directly into drawing curves. Let's insert a predefined shape, scale it, and duplicate it over the whole 4 bars. Notice how the value is being modulated on the filter frequency, and if I change the absolute value, the modulation movement continues. Excellent. Let's copy over this envelope and paste it on the timbre parameter of my arpeggiator. If I right-click the timbre parameter, show modulation, and paste in the curve, I can scale it so it's more fitting for the purpose here. Let me remove some unneeded breakpoints, and let's add a bit more variation to this curve to keep it interesting. Nice. Okay, adjusting the timbre parameter so it's fitting, and then a few more tweaks to the curve. I can keep adding modulation layers to make my sounds change over time. Let's listen to a scene with even more modulation added to it. When working with multiple layers of modulation or automation, we can get a nice overview if we go to the chooser and activate Only Show Adjusted Envelopes. In this clip, I have automation for the timbre parameter and the arpeggiator rate parameter. On this last scene, my arpeggiator clip contains modulation on 3 parameters: the tempo parameter and the filter frequency parameter and the arpeggiator rate. On the chords, I have modulation on the filter frequency and the time wobble. Notice how it's the relative value changing and not the absolute value, which it would be if it was automation. Now you know how to work with modulation in Session View, so enjoy adding even more life and movement to your sounds.
Once you've sketched out some ideas in the session view using clips, you'll then want to lay them out in an arrangement along a timeline. In this video, we're going to look at how you can get your ideas from the session view into the arrangement view. In my current live set, I have several tracks. Each track has several clips. I've arranged the scenes so that each scene represents a part of my song. And to remember this, I've renamed the scenes and assigned a color to each scene. First, I'll make sure that all my tracks are unarmed. If I click the Record to Arrangement button, I can start recording to the arrangement view immediately. However, if you hold Shift on your computer keyboard and then click the Record to Arrangement button, Live waits for you to launch a clip or a scene before it starts to record into the arrangement view. I'll start by launching some clips. Clips can be launched in any order, and these will be recorded directly into the arrangement view. Now I'll launch some scenes to add some more clips into my arrangement. I don't necessarily have to follow the order of my clips or scenes to record to the arrangement view. This not only makes recording to the arrangement view a fun process, but it also allows you to experiment with your composition by triggering different clips and scenes in any order you like. If you'd like to view your recording to the arrangement view while working in the session view, press Tab on your computer keyboard to toggle between the arrangement view and the session view. If you make any changes to parameters of devices or the mixer during recording to the arrangement view, this will also be recorded into the arrangement view as automation. If your session view clips contain any form of automation, these will also be recorded directly into the arrangement view. Once I've finished recording my clips and scenes into the arrangement view, I'll press Stop to stop the recording. Now I've recorded my clips and scenes to the arrangement view, I'd now like to start my playback from the arrangement view. To do this, I'll click the Back to Arrangement button that is highlighted orange in the arrangement view. Once this has been clicked, Live will now play the contents of the arrangement view. If at any time during playback in the arrangement view, I decide to trigger clips or scenes from the session view, the Back to Arrangement button will reappear. To resume the playback from arrangement view again, I'll click the Back to Arrangement button. If clips have been triggered for individual tracks, I can click the single track Back to Arrangement. As an alternative to real-time recording from the session to arrangement, you can also click and drag clips from the session view into the arrangement view. Select one or more clips in the session view. Click and hold with the mouse and press the Tab key on your keyboard. You can now put the clips anywhere within the arrangement view. If the clips have loop enabled, you can drag them out to your desired length. Let's take a look at how you can record MIDI into clips in Live. To start, I'll load a drum rack from my browser onto my first MIDI track. The first thing I'll have to do is arm the track, which means it's ready to receive notes from my MIDI input device. Before I get started with the recording, there are two things that I'd like to set up: a record quantization and my metronome. I'll go to Live's drop-down edit menu and select record quantization using 1/16th note resolution. I'll also like to set up my metronome to use it while I'm recording my notes. Using the metronome chooser, I'll set my count into 1 bar, I'll set the sound to wood, and finally I'll use the function enable only while recording. This allows the metronome to automatically switch on and off when the record is toggled. Now I'm ready to record my drum pattern. I'll double-click into a slot to create a clip with a length of 1 bar. To start recording my drum loop, I'll toggle the Session Record button. So I've recorded my basic drum pattern, but I'd like to do some overdubs and add some more elements. To do this, I can simply toggle the Session Record button again and continue recording into that clip. Let's go to track number 2, which is also a MIDI track where I've loaded an instrument rack to play some chords. The first thing I'll have to do is arm the track. I can start recording a clip by simply clicking the record button in an empty clip slot in the track. To end my recording, I simply hit the clip slot record button again, and the clip will automatically stop recording and start looping. If I want to add overdubs to this clip, I'll simply go to my Session Record button and activate it, and record the overdubs. When I finish recording, I'll simply deactivate the Session Record button.
Capture introduces a new way of thinking about MIDI recording. I'm going to show you how Capture works in Session and Arrangement view. Live is always listening to MIDI input on armed or input monitor tracks. So first I'm playing a drum pattern that I will capture. You don't have to toggle Session Record. Experiment, improvise, and click on the Capture button. And Capture will identify tempos between 80 and 160 beats per minute, and captures any length. So now I'm working on a keyboard riff to add to my drum section. Because I'm working on an existing set, anything else captured will not affect the tempo. Here I've recorded a 2-bar loop, but you can capture loops of any length. Now I'm moving back to the drums, and I can layer on an existing clip. And right now I'm adding some hi-hats that I will capture next. Capture works exactly the same way in Arrangement view as Session view.
MIDI quantization in clips allows you to make small or large corrections to timing of notes that have been recorded in live. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can use MIDI quantization. In track 1, I have a drum loop playing from a clip that I recorded earlier. Let's expand the detail view to have a look at the notes recorded. As you can see, most of the notes are slightly behind in their timing, according to the grid. So to correct the timing of individual notes, I can simply click and hold on the note and move that closer to the grid. This is a great quantizing method to use if you only have a few notes that need slight corrections in their timing. However, if I want to quantize several MIDI notes at the same time within a clip, then there's a much more efficient method to use. So let's start another clip and have a look at this. You can apply the quantization to a selection or the entire clip. In this case, I'll apply it to the entire clip. Rather than moving the individual notes this time, I'll right-click and go to Quantize Settings. The first setting, Quantize to, allows me to set the resolution of the quantization. Adjust Note allows me to apply quantization to the start or the end, or even both the start and end of my MIDI notes. The Amount slider allows me to select by how much I'd like the quantization to affect the notes, 100% being full quantization and 0% being no quantization. Once I click OK, all of the notes will be quantized, as you can see in the detail view, and you can also hear in the feel of the rhythm. In the next clip, I'll apply quantization with a slightly lower amount to see what happens. In this clip, I'll right-click and go to Quantize Settings, and rather than set the quantize to 100%, I'll set it to 35 and then apply it to the clip. In this clip, the MIDI notes weren't moved as much as in the previous clip, and you can also hear that the feeling of the actual original groove hasn't been so strongly corrected. By experimenting with the quantization amount, you can find a good balance between the original timing and making minor corrections where necessary. The third method of quantization is to use quantization while recording your MIDI notes. To do this, go to the Edit menu and select Record Quantization. Here, you can choose the resolution of quantization you'd like to apply while recording your notes. Once this is selected, all notes that are recorded in clips will be quantized as they're recorded.
You don't have to play MIDI notes with a MIDI controller to create drum patterns, melodies, or chords. Sequencing MIDI notes in clips is an easy way to write and adjust notes at your own pace. I have a live set running and I want to sequence some MIDI notes in a clip. I loaded a new device in track number 5. First, I have to create a new MIDI clip. To do that, I double-click into the clip slot. On the left side of the clip view, you can see the piano roll. The piano roll resembles a traditional keyboard. You can resize it and scroll through the notes. In order to hear the MIDI notes of the piano roll, click the MIDI Editor Preview button. Now I can add MIDI notes to my clip, simply by using the mouse and double-clicking where I'd like to have the MIDI clip. This is the simplest way to sequence notes in a MIDI clip. To play the clip, click on the Clip Launch button. You can also add MIDI notes to a clip simply by pressing B on your computer keyboard to use the pencil tool. If you right-click on a MIDI note, you can access the menu for additional functions to edit MIDI notes and clips. For example, quantize and quantize settings. If you right-click anywhere in the clip, you also open a menu with additional functions. You can change the grid in which MIDI notes are sequenced using adaptive grid or fixed grid. The fixed grid works with time division, going from 30 seconds to 8 bars. The length of the MIDI notes can also be changed, simply by hovering over the start and end point of the MIDI note and stretching it out to the desired length. If you hold down Command on a Mac or Control on Windows while stretching the note, you can stretch the note without it snapping to the nearest grid. Sequenced notes can also be moved, simply by selecting the note or notes and then clicking and holding with your mouse and moving the notes in the desired direction. Notes can be moved to the left or to the right to shift their timing. Or you can transpose notes by moving them up and down. All sequenced MIDI notes in Live have velocity, and the velocity can be edited in the MIDI Velocity Editor section. By clicking or dragging up or down on a velocity marker, you can change the velocity of that particular note or notes, from a maximum of 127, which is the highest velocity, down to 1, which is the lowest possible velocity. Let's look in more detail into sequencing MIDI notes and clips to help you write music in Live. In my current live set, I have some clips playing. In the fourth track, I'd like to add some more MIDI notes by sequencing them. I'll double-click into a clip slot to create a clip and add some notes. As you can see, I've added notes in different octaves. If I hit the Fold button, I can collapse all unused notes in the piano roll so that only my sequenced notes are visible. I'm going to select another clip. If I want to zoom in on a note, I can select the note and press Z on my keyboard. Zoom out of the selection by hitting Shift and Z. All MIDI notes in a clip, whether they are sequenced or played, have a velocity value. The velocity window, which is underneath the piano roll, can be resized simply by clicking and dragging vertically. You can also zoom in and out by hitting minus and plus on your keyboard.
It's really easy to start filling up your Live project with lots of audio and MIDI tracks when composing or producing. Live has a really good feature that allows you to group tracks called grouping. Let's take a look at this now. So here in this Live set I have 16 tracks, and I would like to group some of them. On the right we have 4 keyboard instruments that I would like to group. I can group tracks by selecting one of the tracks and then holding Shift and selecting the adjacent tracks. Then right click on one of the tracks and select Group Tracks. The shortcut for grouping is Command G on Mac or Control G on Windows. If you click this icon here, you can open and close the group. Now the group has its own mixer parameters. Within the group, you can set mixer parameters for individual tracks. Another unique function of Live is that you can group different groups together. So first I will group these 4 percussion tracks. Next, I'll group the 3 drum tracks. I can simply select both groups and group them together.
In this video, we're going to take a look at the routing section of all tracks in Live. All tracks in Live have a routing section. To access the routing section, click the button labeled I/O in Live's graphical interface, or use the shortcut Command-Option-I on a Mac or Control-Alt-I on Windows. The first chooser of the router section in a MIDI track allows you to select which device can be used for MIDI input. If all ins is selected, the MIDI track will respond to all MIDI input devices that are connected to Live. The second chooser allows you to select which MIDI channel the MIDI track should be set to. The monitor section is set to auto by default. When monitor is set to in, the MIDI track will only receive MIDI information from a MIDI input device that has been selected from the chooser above, but notes playing from the MIDI clip have been disabled. If I switch the monitor section back to auto, the MIDI clip will resume playing. When the monitor section is set to auto, monitoring is turned on when a track is armed and turned off to play clips. The chooser in the section Audio 2 allows me to select where the audio signal from the MIDI track should be routed to. By default, it's set to master, but you can also select the external output of your audio interface, and if it has multiple outputs, you can select which output it should be routed to. The audio output of the MIDI track will then bypass the master channel and be routed directly to the output of your audio interface. Now let's take a look at the routing section of an audio track. The first chooser under Audio From allows me to select which audio device or track the audio signal should come from. If external in is selected, the audio signal will be routed from my audio interface. With the second chooser, I can decide which audio inputs from a device or track should be selected. In the monitor section, the default is set to auto. If I set monitor to in, you can hear the incoming audio signal of that particular audio track without the track being armed. When monitoring is set to auto, monitoring is turned on when the track is armed and turned off to play clips. The Audio 2 chooser allows me to select where the audio from that particular audio track should be routed to. You can choose to route the audio signal to other tracks or to your audio interface. The second chooser allows you to select which outputs you would like to use. When tracks have been grouped, the Audio 2 section will send the audio to the group track, which in turn will send the audio to the master channel. Group tracks also have a routing section, but this is limited only to an Audio 2 chooser, where you can choose where the audio from the group track should be sent to. In my audio track labeled Resample, let's have a look again at the Audio From chooser. If I select Resampling, I'm now able to resample the audio coming directly from the master track output. With resampling selected, I'll arm the track and record a clip. In the group track labeled Drum Group, I'll open the send labeled B to send the audio from the group track to a return track which has a delay device in it. In return tracks, there's also a routing section available. In this case, there's only an Audio 2 chooser. Here you can select where the audio signal of the return track should be routed to. By default, it's set to master, but in this case, I'd actually like to send it to an audio track so that I can record the audio signal of the return track as a clip. Last of all, the master track also has a routing section. The chooser under Q out allows me to select which audio outputs of my audio interface I'd like to use. The chooser under master out also allows me to select which audio outputs of my audio interface I'd like to use.
Panning is the method in production where you can set the position of sounds in your mix. In this video, we'll take a look at the two different methods of panning available in Live. Panning is defined as adjusting the position of sound in the stereo field. The simple way to think about this is how much of the sound is heard on the left or right of a pair of speakers set up in a conventional way, like a home system or studio listening environment. Panning in Live has two modes: balance and true stereo panning. The first mode is set as default in the mixer section. When turning the dial to the left or to the right, it creates changes in volume between the left and right output channels. Here I have a drum loop playing, and the panning dial is set to center. The more I turn the dial to the left, the more audible the drums are in the left speaker, and less audible in the right speaker. When the drums are fully panned to the left, they are only audible in the left speaker. Now I'm going to pan the drums from the left speaker over to the right speaker. When the drums are fully panned to the right, they are only audible in the right speaker. The other mode of panning is true stereo panning, and this can be achieved when you right-click on the panning dial of a track in the mixer section. Now you can move a sound relative to their position in the stereo field of the left and right speakers. In track 2, I have a drum loop and a synth playing at the same time, and I've mapped the controls of my MIDI keyboard to the panning settings. I've soloed my synth so you can only hear it on the left. If I solo the drums, you can only hear them on the right. Now I will move the drums to the center. If I bring back in the synth and turn the dial on my MIDI keyboard, you can hear that the synth moves from left to right in the stereo field without the drums moving from the center of the stereo field.
In Ableton Live, you can freeze a track to render it into a new audio clip. I'm going to walk you through the process of using Live's freeze functionality. In Ableton Live, you can freeze a track to render it to a new audio clip. Freezing tracks is a great way to reduce stress on your computer's CPU. In this project, I have lots of instruments and effects on this channel. As you can see from the CPU meter, it's placing a fair amount of stress on my computer. Let's freeze this track to give my computer a little breathing space. After clicking on the track to select it, I can right-click on a PC or control-click on a Mac and choose Freeze Track from the pop-up menu. Live will then overlay this track in blue so that I can easily see it has been frozen. As you can now see, the amount of CPU Live is using has been dramatically decreased. Even though this track is frozen, I can still use Live's mixer functions, for example, the track volume and panning, as well as launching and stopping clips. If the track I freeze has clips in both session and arrangement views, Live will freeze both of them. In the arrangement view, Live will include any audio that occurs at the end of the last loop of my frozen clip. A typical example of this is time-based effects, like delay and reverb tails. This is represented by the cross-hatched pattern on the resulting extra clip. You can also freeze tracks that include effects with their sidechain function enabled. This will capture the sidechained effect in its current state. In this track, I've used a compressor device to duck the audio via a sidechain from my kick drum. After freezing the track, we can still hear the sidechaining in action. I can commit my frozen tracks to a new audio clip by selecting Flatten. If I have frozen a loop, Live will render 2 cycles of the loop to account for any changes in the effects I'm using. Finally, I can unfreeze my track to return it to the state that it was originally in before I froze it.
Warping is a unique function in Live where you can time stretch audio. In this video, we're going to have a look at how you can use warping for clips. Warping, along with clips, is one of the fundamental features of Live. So what does warping mean? Warping is Live's ability to play any sample in sync with your chosen tempo. It is sometimes more commonly known as time stretching. Not only does it allow you to keep samples and loops with different tempi in sync with each other, as the name suggests, the very nature of your sample can be changed from what it originally was. Before we get started, let's go to the preferences and check the warping settings. In the tab Record Warp Launch, in the section Warp Fades, make sure that Loop Warp Short Samples is set to Auto. Auto Warp Long Samples is switched off. Default Warp Mode is set to Beats. And Create Fades on Clip Edges is on. In this live set, I have 4 audio tracks, each one playing their own audio clip. I'll solo track 1, which contains the audio clip Drum Loop 1. I'll expand the detail view of track 1 so we can look in more detail at the audio contained in this clip. In the detail view, the warp button is activated, meaning that this audio clip has already been warped. The first property of warping is that I can change the tempo without actually changing the pitch of the drums. So as the tempo gets faster or slower, the tone of the drums will still remain the same. Let's have a look at the next audio clip to have a look at some more warping details. In this audio clip, I have a warped percussion loop. In an audio clip that has transients, what you'll see in the detail view are inverted triangles. These inverted triangles are known as transient markers and let you know that there are transients present in that area. If you mouse over a transient marker, this will turn into a potential warp marker. A warp marker can then be created either by clicking and dragging that particular transient marker, or double-clicking a transient marker, or double-clicking anywhere within an audio clip. I'll add a few more warp markers into my audio clip. With warp markers set, you can treat audio as if it was an elastic band, and each warp marker is an anchor point. This allows you to easily manipulate the position of audio within an audio clip. This method can be used for corrective purposes, to change the timing or feel of an audio clip, or it can be used creatively to entirely transform the sound of an audio clip. In this particular audio clip, I changed the rhythm of the percussion loop simply by moving the warp markers around. Let's have a look at track 4, which has an audio clip playing some chords. When it comes to warping, Live has several different algorithms that you can use for audio. In the detail view, I can see that my current warping algorithm is set to beats, which is more suitable for percussion. I can change this algorithm simply by using the chooser. For this audio clip, I'll set this from beats to tones. The warping algorithms can also be used for creative purposes too. Let's see what happens with the same audio clip when we change it back to beats and change some of the settings.
Simpler is a versatile device in Live that can play audio samples. You can load presets from Live's library or your own material. Simpler also has Live's warping algorithm built into it. Let's take a look at warping in Simpler. Warping is the terminology used for time stretching in Live. It allows you to time stretch audio in audio clips so that it stays in sync with the tempo of your live set. The ability to warp audio has also been added to the device Simpler. This means you can warp audio directly within the Simpler device. I've loaded a drum loop sample into my Simpler device to demonstrate how this works. I'll enable the metronome in Live. When I trigger the drum loop using a MIDI keyboard, the drum loop stays in sync with my current live set tempo. If I change the tempo in my live set, the drum loop stays in sync and matches the tempo. Not only does warping in Simpler allow me to sync samples with the live set tempo, I can change the pitch of my sample and it will stay in sync. This time I'll play the same drum loop from my MIDI keyboard, but I'll play it at different pitches to demonstrate this. Let's have a look at another way you can use warping in Simpler. In this case, I have a monophonic audio loop loaded into my Simpler device. If a monophonic audio sample is played at different pitches from a simpler device, the sample will play back at different speeds. If you were then to play the sample polyphonically, for example, if you played a chord, the result would be not as you may expect. Since all the pitches of the sample will play at different speeds, when warping is enabled in simpler, this will not be the case, since all of the samples will be warped at different speeds, so they'll all play at the same speed and in sync with the tempo of your live set. To demonstrate this, first I'll play a monophonic loop. Now I'll play that polyphonically by playing 2 other notes in addition to the original note. This time I'll enable the warp mode in simpler, and I'll play back the same 3 notes on my MIDI keyboard. Another way of using warping in simpler is to warp audio material that you've recorded into live to match the tempo of your live set. In this case, as an example, I've recorded some audio material into an audio clip. When I hit the play button in live, you can hear from the metronome that it doesn't match the tempo of my current live set. I'll drag the recorded clip into the simpler device. I'll set the start and end points for the region of the audio sample in simpler that I'd like to warp. To the right of the warp button in simpler, I'll click on the button that says Warp as 1 bar. Now my audio sample is warped in simpler. When I play a key on my MIDI keyboard, the loop will play back and match the tempo of my current live set, and I can also pitch the drums by playing them across the keys of my MIDI keyboard. Let's briefly go over the different algorithms that you can use. The beats algorithm works best for rhythmic material. The tones algorithm works best for monophonic sounds with a clear pitch. Examples of this would be vocals, bass lines, or maybe synth leads. The texture algorithm works particularly well for things that are polyphonic, such as chords. The repitch algorithm doesn't behave like all the other algorithms. Samples and loops will play to match the tempo of your live set, but the sample will be repitched according to how much the original tempo deviates from your current live set tempo. The Complex and Complex Pro algorithms are best used for dense sonic material, where maybe you have different elements playing at the same time, like for example sampling a song. Bear in mind when you use the Complex and Complex Pro algorithms that they are more CPU intensive.
Once you have recorded or sequenced a MIDI clip, there are several commands that you can perform to adjust and edit a MIDI clip. Let's take a look at these commands. In the detail view, there are many different functions that allow you to edit MIDI clips and MIDI notes. By toggling the loop switch, when the loop switch is on, the MIDI clip will play as a loop until it is stopped. If you turn the loop switch off, it will play the region only once. You can resize the length of a MIDI clip in the loop length section. In the loop position section, you can adjust the position of the loop brace. The loop brace of a MIDI clip can also be adjusted directly in the clip view, even while a MIDI clip is playing. The start marker of a MIDI clip determines where the MIDI clip will start playing from. This can also be moved in the MIDI clip. If I click Duplicate Loop, this duplicates the MIDI clip loop and doubles the duration. If you select the loop brace in the clip view and press Command D on a Mac or Control D on a PC, this will duplicate the loop as well. By clicking Legato, this lengthens or shortens each note that has been selected, so it's long enough just to reach the beginning of the next note. If you don't select any notes, then Legato will be played the entire MIDI clip. Reverse will reverse the position of selected notes horizontally around the center of the selection. If no MIDI notes are selected within the MIDI clip, then all MIDI notes will be reversed. The invert button flips notes upside down so that the highest note is swapped with the lowest note. By clicking play at double tempo, MIDI notes will be played twice the speed. By clicking play at half tempo, MIDI notes will be played half the speed. The transpose window shows you either the range of selected notes or the range of notes within the MIDI clip. You can click and drag in the transpose window to transpose MIDI notes in the MIDI clip up or down. Alternatively, you can select MIDI notes within a MIDI clip. To select all MIDI clip notes, choose Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC, and use the up and down arrow keys on your keyboard to transpose notes. If you like to transpose notes a whole octave, select the notes and hold Shift before using the up and down arrow keys. You can also stretch MIDI notes within MIDI clips. All live MIDI clips have live stretch markers. When applied within a time range, you can stretch or compress MIDI notes.
Multi-clip editing is a really fast way of editing several clips at the same time. Let's take a look at how you can use this feature. Multi-clip editing is a function that allows you to edit several clips at one time. You can edit up to 8 clips simultaneously. Multi-clip editing also works in both session view and arrangement view. In track number 1, I have a drum rec, and the MIDI clip is currently playing the drum pattern. I'll expand the detail view so I can see all the MIDI notes. In track number 2, I have another drum rack, but the MIDI clip is empty. To use the multi-clip editing function, I'll select the clip from the first track, while holding Shift, select the MIDI clip from the second track. I can now use the multi-clip loop bars to select which clip I'd like to edit. I've selected the orange clip from track 2, and I'll use the draw tool to add some MIDI notes. In the third track, I have an instrument rack to play bass lines. I'd like to play the bass line in sync with the kick drum of the first track. I'll go back to my first track and select the MIDI clip, and then holding Shift, select the clips from the second and the third track. Using the multi-clip loop bar, I'll select the third clip from my instrument rack and add the bass line notes in sync with the kick drum from the first clip.
Once you finish your track, you'll probably want to export it out of Live. In this next video, we'll look at some options for exporting to audio. I have a track and arrangement view, and I'd like to export it as a single stereo file. The first thing that I need to do is to select all of the tracks over the duration of the arrangement. I'll do this by positioning the loop brace at the start and the end of my track, making sure to leave extra space for reverb or delay tails. I'll now click on the loop brace to select the portion of time that I want to render. To export to audio, I'll navigate to File and select Export Audio Video. I can also use the keyboard shortcut Shift Command and R on a Mac, or for Windows, Shift Control and R. The Export to Audio window gives me 6 options which allow me to export my audio correctly. In the first section, labelled Selection, I can choose which type of file I'd like to render. The Render Tracks chooser provides several options for exporting audio. I can select Master to create one single stereo file, or alternatively, by selecting all individual tracks, Live creates a single audio file for each track. Choosing Selected Tracks Only will only export selected tracks. The next 2 options enable us to determine the start and length of the exported audio. However, as we selected this by positioning the loop brace earlier, there is no need to set this manually. Moving on to the rendering section. If all individual tracks, or selected tracks only, have been chosen for export, we can select the Include Return and Master Effects option. This will include any effects on return and master tracks with each exported track. This is useful when creating stems for remixing or when sending your track for mixing and mastering. If Render as Loop is selected, Live will create a sample that can be used as a loop. This option will create small fades at the beginning and at the end of your file to prevent clicking. Selecting Convert to Mono will create a mono file instead of a stereo file. Activating Normalize will ensure that your audio reaches its maximum volume. Create Analysis file will create an ASD file. You should select this if you intend on playing this again in Live. Sample Rate Chooser allows me to choose the sample rate for the rendered file. The next section, labelled PCM, allows you to select the file type that you wish to export: AIFF, FLAC or WAV. The bit depth chooser allows you to choose between 16, 24 or 32 bits. The dithering option chooser allows for advanced rendering possibilities. However, in this instance, we'll select no dither. In the next section, if I activate the MP3 option, an MP3 file with the quality of 320 kilobytes will be created in addition to the rendered file. If you have a SoundCloud account, selecting this option will allow you to upload your rendered file directly to your SoundCloud page. And finally, if your set includes video, the video section allows you to choose suitable video encoders to export to a new video file. By clicking Export, I can now name my file and choose where it will be exported to.
In this video, we'll take a look at how you can automate tempo changes in the session view and the arrangement view. In my current live set, I have 4 scenes. When I trigger each of the scenes, they will all play at the same tempo. But what I'd like to do is that each scene will play at a different tempo. All that I have to do is select the scene, right-click, and select Rename. I'll type in a BPM value, in this case 120, and then hit Enter on my computer keyboard. That particular scene, when triggered, will now play at the BPM that I've typed in. I'll do this now for all the other scenes, and I'll give each scene a unique BPM value. It's also possible to rename the scene and give it a name as well as having a BPM value. To do this, simply add a colon between the name and the BPM value you'd like to set for that scene. Now I can play each of the scenes at a different tempo according to the values I added to each scene. If these scenes are recorded to the arrangement view, the tempo changes will also be recorded in the arrangement view as an automation. Now let's take a look at automating tempo changes in the arrangement view. To access the song tempo automation, I'll first have to activate the automation mode. I'll press A on my computer keyboard. You can also click the automation mode button in Live's interface. Using the device chooser of the master channel, I'll select Mixer, and with the second device chooser, I'll select Song Tempo. Under the device chooser, there is a tempo range. The range can be adjusted to better suit your live set. Here I can see song tempo automation that has been recorded from the scenes that I created earlier. The angular appearance of the automation means that there are sudden changes in the tempo. Now, instead of having sudden changes in the song tempo, I'd like to have tempo changes over time. The first thing I'll do is get rid of my current automation points. If you hold Shift on your computer keyboard while dragging an automation point in the song tempo automation, you can change the automation by 0.1 BPM. If you don't hold Shift while dragging an automation point in the song tempo, then you can change this by larger values. I'm now going to set several new automation points. As you can see, as I set the automation of the song tempo in the arrangement view, I can set tempo changes that happen over a period of time, starting at one tempo and then ending at another. This type of song tempo automation can be very useful because you can have gradual changes of tempo as opposed to having a sudden change.
Many MIDI controllers offer the possibility for you to map controls to device parameters or to Live's interface. Let's take a look at how you can quickly set up your MIDI controller to tweak parameters. I have an audio effect rack where I have mapped controls of a filter to a macro. I would like to control the macro dial with my MIDI controller. Click on the MIDI mapping button. the highlighted parameters in purple can be mapped to a MIDI controller. So in this case, I'll select the parameter that I would like to map and move the corresponding slider on my controller. On the left-hand side in the browser, it will be possible to see the CC value of the mapped parameter, where the range can be adjusted as well. It's also possible to map parameters to keys on your computer keyboard. So let's say in this case we would like to mute track number 4. Click on the key map mode switch. All parameters that can be mapped to a key on your computer will be highlighted in orange. So in this case, I'll click on the parameter that I would like to map. I am choosing the key number 4 for convenience. This also appears in the browser. Now, if I press the key number 4 on my computer keyboard, the track is muted. If I press it again, the track is unmuted.
Live has some powerful keyboard shortcuts which can help you stay in the flow when you're creating music. Just like learning chords and scales, owning your skill on a new instrument, we need to practice this on the computer. In this video, I'll walk you through the basic keyboard shortcuts of Ableton Live. The first shortcut is the one that starts everything, spacebar. If I want to start from the point where I stopped, I just hold Shift and press space. This also holds for arrangement view. Changing between session view and arrangement view is done by pressing the tab key. If I want to change between clip view and track view, I hold Shift and I press tab. This happens at the bottom in the detail view. To change the layout of Live, I can hold Command Option and press L to hide and show the detail view on a Mac, or hold Ctrl Alt and L on a PC. Holding down Command and Option and pressing the following letters will change the layout of Live on a Mac, and on a PC you hold Ctrl and Alt. Press S to hide and show the sends, R to hide and show the return tracks, M to hide and show the mixer, or I to hide and show the inputs and outputs and various routing options of Live. To show or hide the browser, on a Mac, hold Command Option and press B. On a PC, it's Ctrl Alt and B. Same key hides away the browser. To search in the browser, press Command F on a Mac or Ctrl F on a PC and write whatever you're looking for. Press Enter to go to the results and use the arrow keys to highlight and preview the sounds on top of your composition. I can drag this clip onto an empty space in Live and it'll create a new audio track with the corresponding file. I can add more audio tracks by pressing Command T on a Mac or Ctrl T on a PC. I can add a MIDI track by pressing Command Shift T on a Mac or Ctrl Shift T on a PC. And I can add return tracks by pressing Command Option T on a Mac and Ctrl Alt T on a PC. To undo on a Mac, hold Command and press the letter C. On a PC, it's Ctrl C. To navigate in Session View, click any empty clip slot and use the arrow keys left, right, up and down. To stop a clip, navigate to the desired track, highlight a stop button and press Enter. Or highlight the clip and press Enter to start it. Alright, let's hide away the browser and get a bit organized. I need to group some tracks. So I have 2 rows tracks here. I want to group these 2. And I click the leftmost track, hold Shift and select the rightmost track. And the shortcut to grouping here is Command G on a Mac or Ctrl G on a PC. Excellent. Let me just adjust the volume here a bit. Yeah, this is better. If for any reason I want to reset a parameter to its default value, I can double click it, or I can press backspace or delete. There we go. So this group needs a proper name, and I can rename by pressing Command R on a Mac or Control R on a PC, then right arrow key to go to the end of the name and backspace to delete. Type in the desired name and you're done. If I want to rename more tracks, I can press the tab key to cycle through the tracks. And now I can call this one bassline and this one flute. If I hold shift and press tab, I cycle backwards. When I'm done, I can press enter. The same goes for clips. So I could rename this beat, and we could call this bleeps, and so forth. You get the idea. Okay, back to the groups. To fold or unfold groups, we can use the letter U, but be aware that the computer MIDI keyboard is disabled. The keyboard shortcut to activating it is M. With the computer MIDI keyboard disabled, I can also solo tracks if I highlight the track and press S. Press S on any highlighted solo track to disengage solo. If you have any questions, just hold shift and press the question mark to open up the info view down in the left corner. Here you can get help to almost anything in life. You just need to hover your mouse on top of the parameter and it'll tell you what's going on.
In this video, we're going to have a look at how the session view shortcuts can help you speed up your workflow. In session view, using the arrow keys on your keyboard allows you to navigate around your set and select clips. Holding down shift and moving your arrow keys allows you to select more than one clip. Pressing enter launches the currently selected clip. You can select all the clips in your set by pressing Ctrl A on a PC or Command A on a Mac. You can duplicate the currently selected clip or clips by pressing Ctrl D on a PC or Command D on a Mac. You can copy a clip into a new slot by holding down Ctrl on a PC or Alt on a Mac and dragging and dropping the clip onto an empty slot. You can add or remove stop buttons by selecting a clip or empty slot and pressing Ctrl E on a PC or Command E on a Mac. You can insert a new MIDI clip onto a MIDI track by using Ctrl Shift M on a PC or Command Shift M on a Mac. You can insert a new scene by using Ctrl I on a PC or Command I on a Mac. You can also capture the currently playing clips into a new scene by using Ctrl Shift I on a PC or Command Shift I on a Mac. Pressing 0 deactivates the currently selected clip. Pressing 0 again will reactivate it. The S key will solo the channel of the currently selected clip or clips. Finally, you can use the U key to unfold and fold back groups, drum racks and instrument racks.
In the arrangement view, there are several handy keyboard shortcuts that can really help you speed up your workflow. Let's take a look at these. To split an audio or MIDI clip at a selection, press Command E on a Mac or Control E on Windows. To consolidate two or more clips together, press Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC. To toggle a loop selection, press Command L on a Mac or Control L on Windows. To insert silence at the point of an insert marker, press Command I on the Mac or Control I on Windows. To fold or unfold one or more selected tracks, press U on your computer keyboard. To fold or unfold all selected tracks, hold down the Alt button on a PC or the Option button on a Mac and press U on your computer keyboard. In a live project, if all of the tracks have a different height size, press H on your computer keyboard to arrange all the track heights equally to fit the screen. If you find yourself zoomed into a particular section of your arrangement, press W on your computer keyboard to allow the entire arrangement to fit the screen. To allow the display to scroll, hold Command-Shift-F on a Mac or Control-Shift-F on Windows. To deactivate a selection, press 0. To nudge a selection left or right, use the left or right arrow keys. To reverse an audio clip selection, press R. To zoom into an arrangement time selection, press Z on your computer keyboard. If you wish to zoom out of the time selection, press X on your computer keyboard. If you wish to further zoom out from the time selection, press X again. If your computer's trackpad supports mouse gestures, you can use the trackpad to zoom into certain areas of your arrangement. By pressing Alt on a PC or Option on a Mac and using the mouse gestures, you can also use the mouse gesture to resize the track height of a selected track. To toggle the automation mode, press A. If you wish to add a specific breakpoint value to automation, simply select the automation and where you'd like to add the breakpoint, right-click on the automation line, and using the context menu, select Add Value. Then type in the value and press Enter. If you wish to edit a breakpoint value, select the breakpoint, right-click, and using the context menu, select Edit Value. For a finer resolution of automation breakpoints or parameter changes, hold Shift while moving the breakpoint or changing the device parameter. To create a curved automation segment, move the mouse cursor close to the automation segment until it's highlighted blue. Hold the Alt button on a PC or the Option button on a Mac and drag the blue highlighted line to form a curve. To add predefined automation curves in the arrangement view, select a region in the automation lane and then right-click. Using the context menu, you can select one of the predefined shapes to add it to that time selection.
In this video, let's take a look at the different ways of sidechaining audio in Ableton Live. Sidechaining lets you use the signal from one track to trigger an effect on another. The most common use of this is sidechain compression, the pumping sound you hear on countless pieces of electronic music. But Live also has a number of other effects that can use sidechaining to achieve some interesting results. Let's take a look at how to set up sidechaining and some ways we can use it in our music. We start with a compressor, and this is the most common use of sidechaining. Sidechaining works by taking an input from one track to adjust an effect on another. Here I want to set up a classic dance music style sidechain compression by having the level of these chords duck down every time the kick drum hits. To open the sidechain section of a live device that supports sidechaining, click the toggle to the right of the device activator. First, we need to enable the sidechain. Then we want to select the track to receive the sidechain input from, in this case the drums track. If the track you've selected contains a rack, such as the drum rack, you can select individual chains from within that rack as the input for the sidechain. You can select the chain before its effects, after its effects, or after its mixer, which will have an impact on the overall level coming into the sidechain. Now we have some level coming into the compressor from the sidechain, and you can see that this corresponds to the level of the kick drum. You can listen to the signal coming into the sidechain using the Sidechain Listen button. and you can EQ the input of the sidechain to isolate certain frequencies, which is useful for instances where you don't have access to individual chains. For example, when the sidechaining input comes from an audio clip. Now, if we start bringing down the compressor threshold, we should hear compression being applied every time the kick drum hits. The lower the threshold, the more compression we get. You can also use the ratio control to affect how much compression is applied. The attack and release control adjust the timing of the compression. The attack sets how long it takes for the compression to fade in, and the release sets how long it takes for the compression to fade out. You can set up sidechain compression in much the same way using Live's glue compressor. If you find you are not getting enough of the effect even with the threshold all the way down, you can use the gain control to increase the level of the sidechain input. Let's take a look at some of Live's other effects that can be used for sidechaining. You can set up a sidechain in Live's gate to open and close the gate based on the sidechain signal. Here I want to use this to have the bass play only when the kick drum hits. This is a great technique to get a super tight kick and bass relationship. I enable the gate. I enable the sidechain, which I already set up to receive signal from the kick drum. Now if I bring down the threshold, the gate will only open when the level of the kick drum passes the threshold. I can use the gate's attack, hold, and release controls to adjust the timing of this. Let's look at another device that has a sidechain input, the auto filter. Here I already configured the sidechain. With the sidechain setup, we can use the envelope control to adjust how much effect the sidechain signal has on the filter's frequency. As usual, the attack and release controls adjust the timing of this.
In this video, let's take a look at Ableton Link and how you can set up iOS devices or even hardware devices to sync with Live. Link synchronizes musical beat, tempo, and phase across multiple apps and even hardware. Link keeps devices in sync over a local network. To use Link, first make sure that your device or computer is connected to your local network. To activate Link in Live, go to Preferences and under the tab Link MIDI, click the Show Hide Link button. In the top left corner of Ableton's graphical interface, a button will appear labeled Link. I'd like to use Link to sync an app on my iPad with an instance of Live on a computer. First, I'll make sure that the output of my iPad is connected to the input of my audio interface. I can then navigate to the preferences of the app and enable Link. I'll then click the Link button in Live to enable Link in Live. When Live detects other devices in the network, a number will appear in the Link button window corresponding to the number of devices that are able to join a Link session. Also, the arrangement position will show a moving progress bar which represents the global quantization set in Live. As a last step, on the track that I've labeled iPad in my Live set, I'll set the monitor to in the routing matrix. so that I can hear the incoming audio from the iPad. You can now press play on your device or devices to join the link session. Tempo changes made by any device within a link session will change the tempo for all devices that are connected to the same link session. Link also has an option for the start and stop sync of the transport bar of all devices within a live session. In order to use this, go to Live's Preferences and under the Link MIDI tab, select the Start-Stop Sync button. In order for the Start-Stop Sync to work across all devices, you'll also have to make sure that this option is selected within the devices you're using as well. Now, the start and stop transport of all devices are synced, and any of the devices can start and stop all devices in the link session.
Let's take a look at Live's Preferences window. This is a section with many tabs for you to adjust the way that Live looks and behaves. To do this, simply go to the drop-down Live menu and select Preferences. Alternatively, you can use the shortcut Command, on a Mac or Control, on Windows. The Preferences window is divided into tab sections. These are as follows: Look, Feel, Audio, Link Tempo MIDI, File Folder, Library, Plugins, Record Warp Launch, and Licenses Maintenance. Look Feel allows you to set up Live's language using the chooser. The Zoom Display slider allows you to zoom Live screen from 50% up to 200%. The next section allows you to set track and clip colors when using Live. In the section directly below, labeled Customization, you can select themes, which change the overall appearance of Live. You can also change the brightness, color intensity, color hue, and grid line intensity of Live's user interface. The Audio tab is split into 4 sections. Audio device, which covers drivers and the audio interface selection, as well as input and output configuration. Under sample rate, you can set the overall sample rate of your audio interface. And under latency, you can adjust the latency of your interface. In the last section, Test, you can simulate a CPU load to make sure that the latency set for your audio interface doesn't produce audio artifacts. The next tab, Link Tempo MIDI, is split into 3 sections. Link allows you to set preferences for Ableton Link. Tempo Follower allows you to enable or disable Live's tempo following feature, as well as select an input source to control Live's tempo. It's worth noting that Link, Tempo Follower, and External Sync are mutually exclusive features. For instance, activating Tempo Follower will deactivate Link. The MIDI section allows you to select control surfaces, takeover mode, and MIDI ports. In the File Folder tab, you can select another sample editing software to use with Live, and you can set the location of your temporary folder, as well as the location and size of your decoding cache. The Library tab allows you to set the browser behavior in Live, as well as choose locations for content. The Plugins tab allows you to choose settings for your third-party plugins. You can enable or disable audio units, access your system VST folders, and set up a custom folder for your VST plugins, as well as asking Live to rescan for plugins should they not have appeared in your browser. The Record Warp Launch tab allows you to set parameters for recording, warp behavior, and launching of clips. Notable options here include setting the file type and bit depth of your recordings, an option to automatically create fades on clip edges, and toggling of pitch lock when drawing MIDI notes. Finally, under Licenses and Maintenance, you can authorize your version of Live both online and offline.
In this video, we are going to explore the way that Live interacts with your computer and take an overview of some important steps you can take to optimize your experience of using the program. Before you begin optimizing Live for your computer, make sure your copy of Live is up to date. Next, ensure that everything outside of the program is up to date as well. Check that your computer's operating system is supported by the version of Live you are using. Make sure your audio interface's drivers are up to date. On Windows, make sure your graphic card's drivers are up to date and that you have the high-performance power plan engaged in your system preferences for power consumption. Also ensure that your third-party VST and audio unit plugins are up to date and supported by your computer's operating system. In the top right of Live's user interface, you will find Live's CPU meter. This readout will show you how much of your computer's processing power has been allocated to Live's audio processing tasks. Note that the CPU meter takes into account only the load from processing audio, not other tasks the computer performs. For example, managing Live's user interface, displaying plugin windows, or displaying a video clip. To see the overall impact of your Live set on your system, use Activity Monitor on a Mac or Task Manager on Windows. Should your Live set's processing needs exceed your system's resources, Live's overload indicator to the right of the CPU meter will engage and display the text CPU. When this happens, you may experience unexpected and irregular crackles, pops, and silences when playing back your set. These interferences are called audio dropouts. The CPU overload indicator can be toggled on or off from the meter's drop-down menu. The meter text can either show the average CPU load or the short-term current CPU load. This can be toggled using the CPU meter's drop-down menu. A current CPU readout will typically appear more active than an average CPU readout. To get an overview of which tracks in your Live set are causing the heaviest load on your CPU, you can call up the Performance Impact Meters by clicking on the small C button in the bottom right of the mixer panel in Session View. The overload indicator also lights up with the text disk if Live was not able to access audio files from the disk on time. This again can result in audio dropouts. To avoid this, we recommend storing your sounds on an internal SSD drive, as mechanical hard drives are typically slower and external drives have typically less bandwidth to send data, especially connections slower than USB 3. As a rule of thumb, you should always have at least 10% of your hard drive's capacity available as free space. It's preferable to have as much free disk space available as possible. In Live's preferences, we can change the buffer size using the chooser in the Audio tab. The most common cause of audio dropouts is choosing a buffer size that is too low for your machine to work with under the current conditions of playback.
Setting a higher buffer size will often resolve audio issues like dropouts. The consequence of choosing a higher buffer size is the introduction of latency. The higher value you choose, the more you may experience a slight delay when monitoring or recording audio and MIDI. Users often change the buffer size to match their activity, choosing a low value when recording or performing, and choosing a higher value when mixing or producing. The most common optimal buffer size range is between 128 samples and 1024 samples. The sample rate you are using for recording and playback can also have an effect on Live's CPU needs. The sample rate of digital audio refers to the amount of tiny slices of sound that your computer records or plays back per second. We perceive these slices as a continuous stream of audio. You can change Live sample rates under the Preferences tab, Audio, using the chooser. The higher you set Live sample rate, the more system resources will be needed for recording and playback. Using a high sample rate will not necessarily make your audio sound better. If you take a sample recorded at 48K and ask Live to play back that sound at 96K, the sound won't be improved. However, it will take more system resources for Live to convert the audio and complete the task. A recommendation here is setting the sample rate to at least 44.1K. Ideally, Live's sample rate and your audio file's sample rate match. For example, if you are using samples recorded at 48K, then Live's preferences should also be set to 48K. Bit depth refers to the amount of potential information contained in a sample of digital audio. Recording audio at a high bit depth can allow for a greater amount of detail and dynamic range. However, the resulting file will be larger and require more disk space. Playing back a 32-bit file can therefore demand more bandwidth from your hard drive than playing back a 16-bit file. Navigate to Clip View to see the bit depth and sample rate of any audio clip in your Live set. To change the bit depth that Live will use when recording audio, navigate to the Record Warp Launch tab of Live's preferences and use the chooser. Avoid unnecessarily mixing bit depths and sample rates when importing audio samples into your Live set, as Live will have to work harder to convert this media to align with your set's settings. Another feature to be mindful of is Live's high-quality sample rate and pitch conversion. When this feature is enabled in an audio clip, Live uses a more sophisticated algorithm to play back the audio. You can especially hear the benefit of this feature if you transpose the pitch of the audio. If you are not transposing a particular audio clip and its sample rate is the same as your Live set, you may not benefit from having this feature engaged. You can turn this feature on and off in Clip View using the High Q button, and you can toggle this as a default feature in new audio clips by navigating to the Audio tab in Live's Preferences. You can test your audio settings using Live's Test Tone Generator, which can be found in the Preferences under the Audio tab. This feature simulates a chosen percentage of CPU load under your current settings, enabling you to audition changes to your buffer size and sample rate. This is a great way of finding a happy medium between your desired use of Live and your system's capability. Freezing a track or consolidating an audio clip are quick ways to convert audio to the bit depth and sample rate that you are currently working with. The first time you start a version of Live, many processes happen in the background, and you may experience that Live uses more of your computer's resources than normal. This is because, among other things, Live is building a comprehensive real-time directory of all the content referenced in your browser. This process is referred to as indexing. This can also happen after you've added a large file to your browser. The spinning black circle that appears next to the word Places indicates that Live is indexing its browser. Live's browser indexing shows up as a separate process in Activity Monitor on a Mac or Task Manager on Windows, so you can always get an overview of how much processing power indexing is using. The Places section of Live's browser is a great place to add shortcuts to specific files and folders you want to access in Live, but avoid adding large general folders such as desktop or downloads, which forces Live to sift through more data than is necessary. Also avoid adding entire system drives such as your C drive. Also be aware that using cloud-based storage for your samples can introduce a layer of complexity to your system that, in some cases, puts extra strain on your computer's CPU. We recommend that you avoid introducing a cloud-based folder containing lots of files into Live's browser. Sometimes your musical ideas are bigger than the tools at your disposal. As you add more and more processing and complexity to your tracks, you may approach the upper limit of your computer's ability to play back your sets. This can result in audio dropouts. Live's main solution to this conundrum is the freeze feature. Freezing a track captures its current state into an audio track, which frees up your computer from the resources it was using. Freezing a track also gives you the option of unfreezing it later, allowing you to stay in the flow and come back to finish tweaking your settings later on. There are a few other things you can do to optimize Live on your system. If you are using many instances of a CPU-heavy effect, consider replacing them with just one instance of the effect on a return track and using sends to access that effect. Disk overloads can be avoided by loading selected audio files into RAM, where your system can access the data very efficiently. This is especially a good idea if you have large files or sampler instruments stored on an external drive. To do this, either engage the RAM button in the clip view of an audio clip, or engage the RAM button in Sampler's Sample tab. Be mindful of unintentionally using oversampling in both native and third-party devices, as this adds to the CPU load when playing back your set. You can enable or disable oversampling in certain native Live devices by calling up the context menu from the device's header. Using the Complex and Complex Pro warp modes can add to your set's CPU load. If you find yourself simultaneously warping many clips using these modes, you may consider consolidating the warped audio if you need to save computer resources. Disable unused inputs and outputs on your audio interface from Live's preferences. Navigate to the Audio tab and open the Input and Output configuration menus. Make sure you are only using one plugin format per set for each individual plugin. Avoid mixing VST, VST3 and AU versions of the same device. We hope that this video will help you optimize your own system so that you can use Live to its fullest potential.
This video will provide an overview of Live's interface. In Live, you'll be working with two main views. The first view, the one we're currently looking at, is called the session view. The icons in the top right let you switch between session view and the other main view, the arrangement view. You can also use the Tab keyboard shortcut to easily switch between these two views. At the left-hand side of the screen is the browser. You can show or hide this by clicking the toggle in the top left. To the right of the browser, you'll find your tracks. Tracks can either be MIDI or audio tracks. All tracks within the session view are arranged vertically. Within each track is a routing matrix that can be shown or hidden using the I/O toggle in the bottom right. MIDI tracks route MIDI information and audio tracks route audio information. To the right of the audio and MIDI tracks are the return tracks. These can be shown or hidden using the return tracks toggle in the bottom right. To the right of these is the master track, where all the sounds from your audio, MIDI and return tracks are summed together into a single output. If a track contains a device or clip, this can be seen in the detail view at the bottom of the screen. The detail view can be shown or hidden using the toggle in the bottom right. And you can switch between viewing the track's devices or its clips using these two tabs. The toggle in the bottom left opens the info view. The info view is a useful tool that gives you information about any part of Live's interface simply by hovering over it with the mouse and reading the text in the window. Let's have a look at the arrangement view. I'll use the Tab shortcut to switch between the two main views. The first thing you'll notice is that the browser, detail view, and info view can all be accessed from both the arrangement and the session view. One of the main differences you'll notice between the arrangement and session view is that the arrangement view has a timeline. In addition to this, all tracks are displayed horizontally. Of the two timelines in the arrangement view, one is measured in minutes and seconds and runs along the lower part of the interface. The other is measured in bars and beats and runs along the top. If you hover above the beat ruler until your cursor changes to a magnifying glass, you can scroll across the arrangement by clicking and dragging your mouse from left to right. Dragging up and down will zoom in and out. You can also use the overview pane at the top of the window to navigate throughout your arrangement. This can be shown or hidden by going to the View menu and selecting Overview. You can click to jump to a specific part of the arrangement, or drag vertically and horizontally to zoom and pan the view. You can resize this area by dragging its bottom border vertically. The overview pane can also be accessed in the session view. Again, by going to the View menu and choosing Overview. Another way to resize the view is using the pinch gesture on your trackpad or touchscreen. In the arrangement view, the routing and mixing sections are displayed to the right of the track color. Different elements can be shown or hidden using the buttons in the bottom right. Below the audio and MIDI tracks are the return tracks and the master track. The top section of Live's screen stays the same across the arrangement and session view. This section has several parts to it. Starting from the left are indicators for link, tab tempo, global tempo, time signature, a metronome, and global quantization. Next along is the follow button, timeline position indicator, and transport controls. Next is overdub, automation arm, the re-enable automation button, capture, and session record. To the right of these are loop and punch indicators, as well as buttons to enable punch in and out and the arrangement loop. In the top right are the buttons to activate draw mode, musical typing, key, and MIDI mapping, CPU usage, and the CPU overload indicator. The CPU usage meter has a clickable tab that gives more detailed information about CPU usage. In the session view, you can click the Show Hide Performance Impact button to show a per track CPU meter, which is useful for figuring out which of your tracks are using the most processing power. Let's take a look at Live Session View, which allows you to play with musical ideas using clips. Unlike traditional music software, where ideas must be laid down linearly on a timeline, the Session View allows you to mix and match ideas without committing to a specific order or arrangement. The basic unit we're working with in the Session View is called a clip. A clip can either be audio or MIDI. It can be as short as a single drum hit or as long as a full song. And clips can either play through once as one-shots, or they can loop the material they contain. Over in my browser, I have this hi-hat loop, and I like to add it to the Session View. To do this, I click and drag it to where it says Drop Files and Devices here and let go. If I look to the detail view at the bottom, I can see whether this clip is audio or MIDI, and notice that a new track was created for me. I can resize the track by clicking and dragging on the edges here. And I can do this for multiple tracks by holding down Shift, selecting the tracks that I want, and clicking and dragging on the edges again. Now I'd like to play the hi-hat loop, so I hit the play button for the clip. And I'd like to add my drums to the mix, so whenever I'm ready, I'll trigger the drums clip. Notice that Live waited a little bit after I triggered the drums clip to start playback. This is because global quantization is enabled, and it allows everything to remain in sync. Let's add the chords to this. At the bottom of each track is the track status display. That shows us important information about what's playing on the track, including how many times the clip is looped, where along the clip we're at, and how many beats long the clip is. If I turn looping off, I can see how many seconds are left in this one shot before it stops playing. Let's turn the loop back on and trigger the chords again. And let's add the bass. I can stop playback on any clip by hitting one of the stop buttons on the corresponding track. Say I wanted to start and stop the bass and the chords at the same time. To do this, I'll click and drag the chords so that they're next to the bass, hold down Shift and select both the bass and the chords, and hit Ctrl-G on Windows or Command-G on Mac to group these two tracks together. I can then open and close the group here, and now I can start and stop playback for both clips at the same time. A row of clips is called a scene. If I want to trigger the scene, I can click the corresponding play button underneath the master. Let's trigger the second scene. You can think of each scene as a different section of your song. To label a scene, I'll right-click and hit Rename. I'll call this first scene verse and the second scene chorus. I can also color code each scene by right-clicking and selecting the color. If I want to get even more organized, I can right-click on a scene again, hit Select All Slots in Scene, right-click on any one of the clip slots, and give it all the same color. If I drag on the master track to the left, I can also set the individual BPM and time signature for each scene. This is useful if you want to do a tempo change midway through your track. Let's go to the chorus. And then I'll play the last scene. Notice that my lead stopped playing when I switched to the last scene. This is because the stop button underneath the lead clip was enabled. To get rid of the stop button, I'll right-click and hit Remove Stop Button. Now, when I go from the chorus to the last scene, the lead keeps playing. Let's go back to the verse. I like to record something on my piano track. So I'll arm this track here, and whenever I'm ready, hit the session record button at the top. I can hit the session record button again to stop recording and start playback. This allows me to remain in the flow of the performance. Let's switch to the chorus. Over on the right side, I can customize the look of my session view. I can choose to minimize the ins and outs, sends and returns, the mixer, track delay, CPU metering, which allows me to see how much each track is using the CPU, and the crossfader. I can assign different tracks to either the A or B banks on the crossfader. Let's assign the drums and the bass to A, and chords and lead to B. Now, if I click and drag the crossfader left and right, I can fade between these two banks. Awesome. Let's hit the stop button over on the bottom corner of the master track to stop all clips. And I'll go ahead and minimize some of the elements that are displayed in the session view. Now what I'd like to do is record my performance into the arrangement view. So I'll hit the stop button a couple of times to reset the transport back to 111. And whenever I'm ready, I'll hit the arrangement record button at the top and start triggering clips. We'll switch to the chorus. If I switch over to the arrangement view, I can see all this material being recorded. Same done with my recording. I'll hit the stop button at the top and play it back from the beginning. I want to replay my recording, so I'll hit the back to arrangement button over on the bottom right of the master track. And now I'm hearing the recording from the arrangement view as opposed to the session view. Live's browser gives us easy access to our sounds, presets, and much more. So let's take a look. The browser is divided into 3 sections: collections, categories, and places. Categories organizes all the assets in our library by type. Sounds has our instrument racks and presets organized by the kind of sound that they make, rather than the specific device being used. Next up, we got drums, which has all our individual drum hits up top organized by category, as well as full-on drum kits in the form of drum racks at the bottom. Instruments has all our instrument presets, devices, and instrument racks, organized by the kind of device used. If we click on this arrow, we can see this device's presets, as well as any custom presets or instrument racks that use this device saved in our user library. Audio Facts has all our audio fact devices, racks, and presets, further subcategorized by the kind of effect being used. Media Effects has all our media effect racks, devices, and presets. Max for Live has all our Max for Live devices organized by media effects, instruments, and audio effects. Keep in mind that Max for Live devices will also appear in these media effects, audio effects, and instrument categories. Plugins has all our plugins divided by audio units, VST, and VST3. Clips has all of Live's clips here. Samples has all our raw audio samples. Grooves contains all our groove files, which can add swing and human character to our clips. Finally, we have templates, which contains template live sets from factory packs, the user library, and other project files. You can save your current project as a template set by hitting File, Save Live Set as Template. If you right-click on any one of these templates, you can save it as your default set, so that when you open up a new project, this template will already be loaded. In the Places section, we first have packs, which allow you to access any packs that come pre-installed with Live, as well as download and install any additional packs from your Ableton.com user account. Packs can contain anything from instruments, sounds, samples, and much more. Next up, we have the user library. This is the default place for saving all items yourself, including clips, defaults, grooves, and more. Current project houses all items in the open set. And you could also access backup versions of the live set here. Add folder allows us to add folders from our internal or external hard drive to our browser. So I'll click on Add Folder here and add my drum folder. Up at the top we have Collections. Collections allows us to tag items in our library for easy access in our browser. So say I wanted to add one of the kicks from my folder into my collections. All I have to do is right-click on the kick and hit Favorites. You can see the appropriate color of my tag is added to the right. And if I go over to Favorites, there it is. I can also add multiple tags to the same file. So if I right-click again, I can select orange or yellow. And you can see it appears under both tags here. Each tag has a number associated with it, which you could use as a shortcut. Each item can have up to 3 tags. I can also rename the collections here by hitting Command-R on Mac or Control-R on PC. If I wish, I can choose to show or hide collections by hitting the Edit button and selecting. At the bottom, I have the Preview tab. The Preview tab allows us to hear clips, presets, and more before adding them to our live set. Let's say I wanted to hear this glitch perk loop and see how it fits. To do this, I'll hit the blue headphone icon here to trigger playback. I can control the volume of the preview playback by using the Q dial on the far right. If I hit raw, the sample will play at its original tempo instead of being synced to my live set. Okay, say I wanted to add it in. All I have to do is just click and drag it to where it says drop files and devices here and let go, and a new track will automatically be created for me.
The Detail View is an important part of the Live interface in both Session View and Arrangement View. It allows you to see the Clip View, the Device View, as well as the Info View. Let's take a closer look. The Detail View can be opened and closed using the triangle button in the lower right corner of Live's interface. To open the Info View, you can click on the triangle button in the lower left corner of Live's interface, or by pressing the question mark key on your computer keyboard. When the Detail View is open, you can alternate between the Clip View and the Device View by clicking on the tabs or by using the shortcut Shift and Tab. The Clip View is divided into tabs. The clip tabs on the left relate to the clip itself, while the tool tabs on the right interact with the clip's content. In a MIDI clip, I can toggle between notes, envelopes, and note expression tabs. In an audio clip, I can toggle between the Audio tab and the Envelopes tab. You can arrange the tabs horizontally or vertically by dragging the view handle towards the left. Dragging it all the way to the left folds the clip view. You can also fold or unfold by double-clicking the clip's header. You can expand the clip view by dragging vertically or by using the shortcut Command-Option-E on a Mac or Control-Option-E on a PC, giving you much more space to work with the clip's content. You can also enable Arrange Clip View panels automatically, so that the clip view dynamically adjusts its tabs as you change its size. In vertical view, you can fold or unfold the panels by clicking the triangles. Option clicking will fold or unfold all of them simultaneously. You can navigate between the tool tabs using your arrow keys, or by holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and pressing numbers 1, 2, or 3. In audio clips, the sample information is contained in the header in horizontal view and as a tab of its own in vertical view. You can choose to hide this if you wish via the context menu.
In this video, we'll take a look at Live's mixer section, an essential part of Live's interface for mixing your music. Live's mixer can be found in the session view. You can switch between the arrangement and session views using the toggle in the top right, or using the tab key. If the mixer isn't already visible, you can hide and show it by clicking the button labeled M in the bottom right of the session view. The mixer allows you to adjust tracks' volumes, pan sounds to the left or right, and make use of return tracks. Each track has a volume slider which you can drag up and down to regulate the track volume. Next to the volume slider is the pan dial, which you can use to pan sounds to the left or the right. You can mute, solo, and record arm tracks using the buttons below the pan dial. The track activator mutes an individual track. The solo button will solo a single track, so you can hear only that track in isolation. If you would like to record MIDI or audio into respective tracks, you can toggle the record arm button. When it's red, a track is armed for recording. Above the volume slider are the send dials, which control the amount of audio that gets sent to the return tracks. For example, in the case of return track A, we have a reverb. By adjusting the send A dial on a track, you can send the audio to be processed by the reverb in return track A. Within the volume display, you can see the peak and RMS values of the audio input. The peak meters show sudden changes in level, while the RMS meters give a better impression of the loudness. The peak levels are displayed as green lines, and the RMS levels are displayed beneath. Clicking on the Show Hide CPU Meter section selector in the Session View's Mixer section will open a per-track CPU metering section. Each track shows a CPU meter with 6 rectangles that light up to indicate the relative impact of that track on the CPU level of the current set. Freezing or removing devices from the track with the largest impact will usually reduce the CPU load.
Wavetable is a versatile synthesizer in Live. It's easy to use and can produce a variety of different sounds. In this video, let's get a quick overview of the device. Wavetable's interface is divided into 3 main sections. The oscillators, each with their own tab. A filter section that contains 2 multi-mode filters. And on the far right, there's a section with 4 tabs. The first section is Mod Sources, which contains Wavetable's 5 modulation sources. Next is the Matrix tab that allows you to apply modulation to Wavetable's parameters. There is the MIDI tab that allows you to apply modulation from MIDI sources. And finally, the MPE tab that allows you to apply modulation from MPE sources. On the far left, we have a sub-oscillator with its own parameters for gain and tone control, as well as an octave selector. You can select the wavetables using the choosers. The first chooser is the category of wavetables. The second chooser allows you to select the specific wavetables within that category. You can adjust the overall output of each wavetable oscillator using the gain slider. Below the gain slider, there's a chooser for 3 oscillator effects: FM, Classic, and Modern. There's also a control for coarse and fine tuning of each wavetable oscillator by using the semi and detune controls. I can toggle the wavetable visualization switch between linear and polar. And I can use the wavetable position slider to change the position of the wavetable's oscillators. Each oscillator can be switched on and off independently of one another. The 2 filters in the filter section are multi-mode filters and have 5 different filter types. The filters can work in series, parallel, or split modes. The Mod Sources tab contains 5 different modulation sources that you can use in Wavetable: 3 envelopes and 2 LFOs. The adjacent tab is the Modulation Matrix tab. In the Matrix tab, you can apply Wavetable's modulation sources to the parameters of Wavetable. In the MIDI modulation tab, you can use MIDI modulation sources such as aftertouch or velocity to modulate parameters in Wavetable. Similarly, in the MPE modulation tab, you can use MPE sources to modulate Wavetable's parameters. On the far right, there's switchable monophonic and polyphonic modes. In the polyphonic mode, you can use the drop-down chooser to select the maximum number of notes that Wavetable can use simultaneously. The monophonic mode features a glide setting. Below that are selectable unison modes. The voices slider allows you to select the number of voices running simultaneously in the unison mode, and the amount slider adjusts the intensity of the unison mode. On the left side of the Wavetable device itself, there's a toggle switch that allows you to expand the view of Wavetable. Ableton Live's Wavetable device comes with a plethora of wavetables, providing numerous variations of tone and timbre. Let's take a closer look on how to use and change the wavetables. A wavetable is simply a collection of short looping samples that are arranged together. In this project, I've loaded a Spectrum device so that we can have a look at the harmonic content of the wavetables and how it changes when we scan through the wavetable position. If you play a note with the oscillator fixed to one of these samples in the wavetable, you're going to produce a steady tone with a consistent timbre. The real power of wavetable synthesis comes from moving between the different samples within the wavetable as the notes play. This results in a shifting and dramatic timbre. Wavetable comes with 12 categories of wavetables. This gives you the option of selecting more than 100 wavetables per oscillator. These range from classic hardware synths to acoustic instruments, various types of noise, and many more. Let's start by taking a look at the basic wavetable shapes. Here we can move the wavetable position from a sine wave, to a triangle wave, to a saw wave, and finally to a square wave. So let's now see the wavetable in action. I'll use an LFO modulation source to modulate the wavetable position, which is creating the sound that you're hearing now as we're shifting between the different wave shapes. Let's now expand Wavetable's interface and introduce the second oscillator. Here we can see all the movement happening in the two oscillator wavetables. No filters are being applied to either of the oscillators. This is purely the sound of the wavetable timbres as they're changing. Now let's take a look at creating an epic pad. So on track 2, using another wavetable device, I've selected Dubstep Organ from the complex category of wavetables. This is a complex waveform, and as we scroll through the wavetables, we can hear how the timbre changes gradually. Let's now open up Wavetable's interface and add the second oscillator. The second wavetable is from the distortion category and is called Malice. When we focus on listening to this wavetable, you can hear how the harsh sound of this particular wavetable is reflected in its angular wavetable shape. Together, these two wavetables create a very lush sound. As mentioned earlier, the true power of wavetable synthesis comes from modulation. So I'm going to add some global modulation, which will increase the movement of both wavetable positions, as well as the filter frequencies. In track 3, I'm running an arpeggio with a wavetable from the formant category. This particular wavetable is named after all the vowel sounds. And as you can hear, it has a very strong vocal sounding characteristic. To create some movement, I'm using LFO 2 in re-trigger mode. This means that when a key is pressed, the LFO restarts. Let's now add a second oscillator to beef up this particular sound. I've chosen a wavetable from the instrument category called marimba. For this particular sound, I've set up some modulation in the modulation matrix. In this case, the pitch value affects the position of the wavetable. With a negative value, a higher pitch will result in a lower position in the wavetable. As a last step, I'm going to add the sub-oscillator to this sound. You also have the possibility of adding your own wavetables to the wavetable device. This can be done in the user section. Have fun exploring the sonic capabilities of the wavetable device. In this video, we're going to take a look at Wavetable's oscillator effects. Wavetable has 3 oscillator effects that affect the oscillators themselves. These are called FM, Classic, and Modern. The FM effect applies frequency modulation to the wavetable's oscillator. The oscillator or frequency modulation effect is actually hidden and is not part of Wavetable's oscillator. The amount control adjusts the intensity of the frequency modulation. And the tune control adjusts the pitch of the frequency modulation oscillator. Classic provides 2 different effect types, pulse width modulation and sync. PW, or pulse width, allows you to adjust the pulse width of the waveform, and you can adjust the pulse width of all wavetables in the wavetable device. The pulse width can be set to negative or positive values. Sync applies a hidden oscillator to reset the phase of wavetable's oscillators. This alters its timbre. The modern effect has two different adjustable parameters. Warp applies a similar effect to oscillators as pulse width. While fold applies wave folding distortion. In this video, let's take a look at the modulation matrix of wavetable. Let's see how you can use the various modulation sources to affect the sound of the wavetable device. Modulation in wavetable allows you to control parameters of the wavetable device relative to their position by using wavetable modulation sources. There are 5 modulation sources within the wavetable device. These consist of 3 envelopes and 2 LFOs. You also have the possibility of using MIDI modulation sources and MPE modulation sources. All 3 modulation sources can be used together. For this particular video, we're going to focus only on the internal modulation sources of the wavetable device. Most MIDI modulation sources can be controlled using a MIDI controller. Similarly, MPE modulation sources can be controlled using an MPE controller. Both MIDI and MPE modulation sources can also be controlled by using the envelope section of MIDI clips. You can use a modulation source and apply it to a destination or target in the modulation matrix. If you toggle Wavetable's expanded view, all matrices are combined together. All MIDI modulation targets are on the left-hand side of the matrix. When you load a default instance of Wavetable, the oscillator 1 position, the amplitude and the pitch are already available as targets. To add another target to the modulation matrix, simply click the parameter with the mouse cursor, and this will be automatically added to the modulation matrix. I'd like to use the modulation source LFO1 to modulate the filter frequency of the wavetable device. To do this, I'll simply click in the window that corresponds to the modulation target and the modulation source. I can then apply the modulation by clicking and dragging to the left or to the right. I can also use my computer keyboard to type in the value. Now I'll use the modulation source LFO2 to modulate the wave position of oscillator 1. It's even possible to modulate modulation sources themselves and add them to the modulation matrix to be modulated by another modulation source. Using MIDI modulation sources or MPE modulation sources works in exactly the same way. As an example, I'll use the velocity of the notes to modulate the wavetable position of oscillator 1. The global amount adjusts the modulation of all modulation sources within the modulation matrix. A lower value decreases the effect of all modulators, whereas a higher value increases the effect of all modulators. The global time scales the time of all modulators. Negative values make envelopes and LFOs faster, whereas positive values make envelopes and LFOs slower. Global modulation time, as well as global modulation amount, can also be added to the modulation matrix. Wavetable has great sounding oscillators and filters. However, when unison mode is applied, it results in an even richer sound, Wavetable has 6 different unison modes, and each mode affects the generated sounds differently. So let's take a look at how these unison modes work. The term unison is used to describe 2 or more oscillators that are slightly detuned from one another. This makes the sound wider and deeper. Let's take a look. Classic. Here the oscillators are detuned with equal spacing and pan to alternating stereo channels. Shimmer. The oscillator pitches are jittered at random intervals, giving a shimmering, reverb-like effect. A small amount of wavetable offset is also applied for extra fullness. Noise. Pitches are jittered, as in the shimmer unison mode, but at a much faster rate, resulting in a noisy and breathy texture. A small amount of wavetable offset is also applied. Phase sync. The oscillators are detuned, as in the classic unison mode, but the phases are synced when a note is started, which results in a strong, sweeping phaser style effect. Position spread. The wavetable position for each oscillator is evenly spread out by an amount, and a small amount of detune is additionally applied for extra width. Random note. The wavetable positions and detune amount for each oscillator are randomized each time a note is played. The wavetable device comes with a great set of various wavetables for you to get started with sound design. But did you know that you can add your own wavetables also to the device? In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can do this. Loading your own custom wavetables into the wavetable device is easy and fun. Wavetable is already equipped with more than 100 wavetables for you to make sounds with. So let's just use the sound from the user library. I found this sample called R Polylead. To load this into Wavetable, simply drag and drop this into the visualization section of the oscillator. The movement of this particular sound is set by LFO1, which is set to modulate the wavetable position. If you click on the drop-down menu, the chooser will show you all compatible files that could be loaded from that same directory. You can use the up and down arrow keys on your computer keyboard to cycle through the previous or next user wavetables within that directory. Another fun way to use user wavetables is to record your own wavetables.
Wavetable. Import your own user wavetable.
To load these clips, simply drag and drop the clips onto the visualization section of the oscillator in the user wavetable device.
Wavetable.
Notice that the raw function here is not activated. If you activate the raw button, Your sample is divided into 1,024 samples, and there's no interpolation, smoothing, or normalization being applied to the sound. Without the interpolation, you get a very grimy and glitchy sound characteristic. With a bit of searching on the internet, I'm sure that you'll find custom wavetables that you can load straight into Wavetable device if you're feeling creative and want to explore this possibility further.
As of version 11, Live's Wavetable synthesizer now supports MPE. In this video, we'll see how to make use of MPE within Wavetable. Programming and editing MPE data in detail is covered in a separate video, so we'll start with a clip that already has some MPE data recorded for the pitch and pressure parameters. You'll find Wavetable's MPE modulation matrix on the right-hand side of the device. There are 4 MPE parameters Wavetable can respond to: velocity, per-note pitch bend, slide, and pressure. A control can be added to the matrix by clicking on that control within Wavetable's interface. We can then apply an amount of modulation to that control by clicking and dragging up or down in the corresponding modulation slot. You can see when modulation for that MPE parameter is present by looking at the meter below the label. Let's also apply some per-note pitch bend. Remember that MPE is polyphonic, so unlike regular automation and modulation, which applies to all notes equally, MPE modulations are applied on a per-note basis.
In this video, we will learn how to comp recordings in Live using take lanes. I've got my guitar hooked up to my audio interface, and I would like to add a riff to the sketch. Making sure looping is engaged and set to the length I want, I'm just going to hit record and start jamming. That recording had a few mistakes, but also a few good moments. Let's solo this track and comp together the best parts. I can access the take lanes from my recording by choosing Show Take Lanes from the context menu, or by pressing Command-Option-U on a Mac or Control-Alt-U on a PC. Now we can see my takes displayed chronologically, with the most recent take at the bottom. Notice how the highlighted takes at the bottom are reflected in the main lane at the top. The highlighted clips are the ones that we will hear when we play back our comped recording. I can audition take lanes by clicking on the speaker button or by pressing T on my computer keyboard. To choose what parts of each take end up in my main lane, I can simply select the parts I like and press Enter. Notice how my selections become highlighted and how the clips in the main lane update immediately. Alternatively, I can use the pencil tool to select the parts I would like to use. I can also select a section of my recording and compare the different takes from that selection. Selecting an area with my pointer and then switching to the pencil tool by pressing B, I can simply click on the clips that I would like to hear. I can keep my workflow organized by deleting take lanes, renaming them, or changing their order. Now that I'm happy with my selection, I can hide my take lanes again. Notice how the sequence of clips behave exactly like any other clips on my timeline. I can fine-tune the boundaries between the clips, I can change the settings in the clip view, and I can apply fades to the clip's edges to get my guitar recording sounding exactly the way I want. If I later change my mind about a certain part of the comped recording, I can swap between takes without showing the take lanes. Simply select the part you would like to swap, hold down Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, and use your keyboard's up and down arrow keys to scroll between the takes. You can also comp MIDI recordings. Let's add some Hammond organ licks to this arrangement. Just like with audio recordings, I can comp together my favorite parts of this improvisation. Take lanes can also be used as a means of organizing complex sequences of audio. You don't have to record material to use take lanes. Just select a track and either choose Insert Take Lane from the context menu, or press Command-Shift-T on a Mac or Control-Shift-T on a PC. Let's add 3 take lines to my new audio track and comp together a lead line. Here I have prepared 3 versions of the same synth pattern using different sounds. Let's have a quick listen. Let's drag and drop these audio clips onto my new take lanes and start comping them together. As you can hear, the results can be fun and inspiring. Once I've created a sequence I like, I will once again hide my take lanes and continue making music.
In this video, we're going to take a look at linked tracks. Using the link track feature allows you to adjust multiple tracks to edit or adjust parameters. A great use for this feature is when you've recorded multiple sources at the same time. So for example, in this case, I have a multi-mic recording of some drums in this project. Linking tracks is a very simple procedure in the arrangement view. All I have to do is select the tracks I'd like to link together, right-click to access the context menu, and select Link Tracks. When tracks have been successfully linked together, there's a small icon indicating link tracks in the top right-hand corner of each track. Now, if I go into my arrangement view and select any of the clips from the link tracks, all of the linked tracks are highlighted. With the tracks linked, you can now perform all kinds of edits to all the linked tracks. For example, splitting and deleting selections, reversing selections, or adding crossfades and fades. And even renaming selections. You can also manipulate warp markers and warp parameters of all linked tracks. Another great feature of linked tracks is the ability to adjust parameters in the mixer section. By selecting one of the tracks in a linked track selection, you're able to adjust the mixer parameters of that particular track. In this state, you can continue to work on other individual tracks and adjust their mixer parameters. If you wish to work on all of the linked tracks at the same time, simply click on the link track icon and adjust their parameters. This allows for a great amount of flexibility for you to either adjust individual parameters in the mixer section or adjust them all collectively together. Not only can you link together audio tracks, but you can also link together MIDI tracks or a combination of MIDI and audio tracks. As a final technique, linked tracks can also be used to comp together several takes from several tracks simultaneously. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can use MPE in Ableton Live. You're now able to use MPE within certain devices in Ableton Live and with any third-party plugins that support MPE. This is great for musicians and sound designers alike who want to push the boundaries of sonic expression. So what exactly is MPE? Well, MPE stands for MIDI Polyphonic Expression. It's an extension of the MIDI protocol used to control multiple parameters of a single note of any software or hardware that is MPE compatible. With MPE, each note is assigned with its own channel, so that the input messages received from an MPE controller control the parameters of each individual note. To get started with MPE, ideally you need an MPE controller. However, there are ways of utilizing MPE without the use of an MPE controller, and we'll take a look at this later in this video. With an MPE controller at hand, simply make sure to connect your controller to the appropriate port on your computer. Now go to Live's Preferences and under the tab Link Tempo MIDI. In the MIDI port section, make sure that the MPE checkbox is activated for your MPE MIDI controller. With this now set up in your preferences, you can close the preferences window and your MPE controller is ready to use with Ableton Live. To demonstrate how MPE works in Live, I'm going to use Wavetable. I've already loaded up the device in track 1. To start mapping parameters from Wavetable to MPE, simply choose the tab labeled MPE. Here you'll find the modulation matrix where you can map parameters. MPE works along 3 different axes. An x-axis, where you can move your finger horizontally. This is usually mapped to pitch. A y-axis where you can move your finger vertically along your MPE controller. This parameter is more commonly called slide. I'm going to use the modulation matrix and map slide to the wavetable position. As I now move my finger vertically while playing a note, I can actually move the wavetable position with this gesture. Last of all, we have the Z-axis. This is more commonly known as aftertouch or pressure. I'm going to map the aftertouch to the cutoff filter of the wavetable. As I play the MPE controller and press down on the keys, I can move the filter with this gesture. So now that you've seen how you can use MPE in this particular preset, I'm now going to record a clip. Now that I've recorded my clip, I'm now going to double click on the clip so I can have a look at the detail view. The detail view now has 3 tabs. And if I select the 3rd tab, then I have access to the expression view, where I can see all of the MPE information that has been recorded to all of my notes. Let's zoom in on a couple of notes and adjust the detail view so we have clear view of all of the data that's been recorded. If I use the mouse pointer to click on any of the notes, I have immediate access to all of the breakpoints that have been recorded while I was recording the clip. By holding down the Option button on a Mac computer keyboard or the Alt button on a PC computer keyboard, when I select a breakpoint and drag it, I can simplify the number of breakpoints. I can double-click with my mouse to add breakpoints. By holding down the Command button on a Mac keyboard or the Control button on a PC keyboard, when you click and drag a breakpoint, it will snap to the current grid of your clip. Since the MPE information is recorded per note, this means I can also change and manipulate the breakpoints of the slide and pressure values. You are also able to edit MPE curves just like any other automation or modulation curves in Live. Since the expression view is available to all notes that are recorded in clips of MIDI tracks, this means that you can access this section and edit MPE data without actually having to use an MPE controller. It's also worth mentioning that when you record notes with capture using an MPE controller, all of the MPE data is also recorded with the notes that are captured. When using MPE with a third-party VST plugin, some plugins may not already be MPE enabled when you load them into a MIDI track. With the VST loaded in your MIDI track, simply right-click on the actual VST and select the Enable MPE mode from the context menu. You may also have to enable an MPE mode within the plugin itself. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can further shape and control MPE expression using the MPE control device. MPE control is a MIDI device that can be placed in front of any instrument device or VST plugin that supports MPE. This particular device allows you to adjust how an instrument responds to MPE expression. In my first track, I have an MPE control device and a sampler device. All MPE parameters have been mapped, and in particular, the loop length is being controlled by aftertouch. When I play the keys of my MPE controller, I have a visual representation of the MPE input data in the MPE control device. To the left of the display, there is a dial to control the curve shape of the MPE control you wish to change. By adjusting the curve, an emphasis is created on a specific range which transforms the input values. You can also set minimum and maximum ranges of the curve, which limit the amount of input data that will affect your device. To do this, you could simply add the numerical value to the bottom left-hand corner of the MPE control device, or you can click and drag the curve as necessary, and you can even invert the curve if you like. Underneath the display of the curve and input data, there is an icon that allows you to add a third breakpoint to the curve. With this third breakpoint, you can easily create S-shaped curves or more complex curves. The curve segments can either be linked or unlinked depending on what curve you would like to create. By clicking on the chooser in the top left-hand corner of the MPE control device, you have access to the other two curves, slide and pitch. All three curves can be adjusted independently of one another. With the slide and pitch curves, you're also able to change the ranges or set a third breakpoint. Another great way of using the MPE control device is using it with devices that don't already have MPE capability. Let's take a look at how you can set this up. In track 2, I have an instrument rack that contains an MPE control device and an operator instrument. As I play the instrument rack using my MPE controller, I can see in the MPE control device that I'm receiving MPE data, but it's not affecting any of the parameters of the operator. In this particular preset, I've set the aftertouch and modulation wheel to affect parameters of the operator. By clicking on the bottom right-hand corner of the MPE control device, I'm able to reveal another section. By activating the 3 checkboxes in the bottom right-hand corner of the MPE control device, aftertouch, the mod wheel, and pitch bend can be controlled by the MPE input parameters pressure, slide, and note pitch bend respectively. As a final demonstration of MPE control, let's look at how you can use this device working with push. Push now has the ability to utilize polyphonic aftertouch. This means that when you play pads on push, each of the notes that you play has its own response to aftertouch, meaning that you can play notes and chords with even more expression. To utilize aftertouch on push, go to the Setup menu and under Pressure, make sure that Poly is selected. Similar to when you're working with an MPE controller, you can use the MPE control device to adjust the pressure curve so that your pads become more responsive and expressive to the notes that you're playing. When recording notes with push, with the pressure mode set to poly, the pressure variations can be edited in the pressure lane of the note expression view.
Inside Live, you can find various tools to help you make your loops more unpredictable and your music more vivid and surprising. Let me show you Chan's tools. Here, I have 2 MIDI clips for my drums. Let's solo the hi-hats and have a look at the velocity lane. As you can see, MIDI notes are all played at the same velocity, making them sound unrealistic. I'd like them to sound more human. My first option will be to change the velocity of some notes. It is nice, but these variations will sound exactly the same every time the clip repeats itself. I'd like them to appear differently each time. On the left side, you can find a box called Velocity Range. I will click on some MIDI notes while holding Command key and move their values inside velocity lane, up and down. Visually, a new transparent zone appears under or above the notes, indicating that the value of each note will be different every time they are played inside this range. It will then create different intensities of notes, making my hi-hat loops more appealing and human. Now, let's work on our kick and snares and have a look at another lane inside MIDI clips, the chance lane. You can now set a chance of a note to be played or not. A note set at 100% will play every time the clip repeats itself, while a note set at 0% will never play at all. The range between 0 and 100% determine a percentage probability of a note being played in a clip. The higher the percentage, the more likely the note will be played. A little black triangle appears on the left upper side of notes having probabilities. Let's listen to the two clips all together. See how now my breakbeat sounds more animated and surprising. Let's now combine both chance tools on a new track. I've created a synth arpeggio here. I'd like it to sound less predictable and less like an arpeggio. As you can see on the left, there's now a randomize button. If I select the chance lane and click randomize, it will change the probability of each note to be played or not. I can do the same action on velocity and change here the amount of randomization I'd like to be applied. Adding this little alteration to your MIDI clips can help you break the monotony of your loops, making them much more interesting and unique.
In this video, we're going to take a look at the scale mode, which you can find in the detail view of MIDI clips. The scale mode is a new feature which, when activated, allows you to easily write melodies within a chosen scale. Simply navigate to the left-hand side of the detail view and activate the scale button to enable this feature. You can then use the chooser on the left to select the root note, and you can use the chooser on the right to select the scale. The notes belonging to the scale are highlighted in the piano roll of the clip. The key tracks belonging to the selected scale are highlighted in the MIDI note editor. In addition to this, the root note of the selected scale is more prominently highlighted in the piano roll. The scale highlighting can be toggled on and off by using the computer keyboard shortcut K. By using the Fold to Scale button, which is directly above the piano roll, you can fold away all of the notes that are not part of the scale that you've selected. With the scale mode enabled, when you create new MIDI clips in your project, you'll find that they will inherit the same scale and key that you have previously selected. You can set a preference for the spelling of clips notes with flats, sharps, or flats and sharps via the piano roll's context menu. Simply right-click and you can select either auto or sharps, flats, or sharps and flats. Another great feature of the scale mode is that if you decide to use push and change the key or scale from the push hardware, Live will stay in sync with push scale settings wherever possible.
In this video, we will explore the tempo following feature in Live. You can use an external audio source to control Live's tempo. This source could be a drum machine, a turntable, a person playing a drum kit, or anything else that provides a steady pulse of audio. Today, I'm going to let a drummer control the tempo of my Live set. To use tempo following, first I need to tell Live to show me the follow button. This can be found in Preferences under Link Tempo MIDI. Once enabled, you'll notice the follow button appears in the top left of Live's interface. While I'm here, I will also tell Live to listen to input channel 1 using this menu. This is a microphone pointed at my drummer's bass drum, giving a clear pulse for Live to follow. Let's hit play again. Right now, this arpeggio is playing at 115 beats a minute, which is the project tempo I've chosen. When I'm ready to let the drummer take over, I'm going to engage the follow button and he will start playing. As we can hear, Live quickly adjusts the project tempo to match the incoming audio. Live's tempo following works very smoothly when the changes to the input tempo are gradual. Dramatic changes of tempo will usually take a few bars for Live to calculate. Finally, Live allows me to map the follow button to either a MIDI control or a keyboard key, meaning I can turn the feature on and off while on stage or in the rehearsal room. The detail view is an important part of the Live interface in both session view and arrangement view. It allows you to see the clip view, the device view, as well as the info view. Let's take a closer look. The detail view can be opened and closed using the triangle button in the lower right corner of Live's interface. To open the info view, you can click on the triangle button in the lower left corner of Live's interface, or by pressing the question mark key on your computer keyboard. When the detail view is open, you can alternate between the clip view and the device view by clicking on the tabs or by using the shortcut Shift and Tab. The clip view is divided into tabs. The clip tabs on the left relate to the clip itself, while the tool tabs on the right interact with the clip's content. In a MIDI clip, I can toggle between notes, envelopes, and note expression tabs. In an audio clip, I can toggle between the audio tab and the envelopes tab. You can arrange the tabs horizontally or vertically by dragging the view handle towards the left. Dragging it all the way to the left folds the clip view. You can also fold or unfold by double-clicking the clip's header. You can expand the clip view by dragging vertically or by using the shortcut Command-Option-E on a Mac or Control-Option-E on a PC, giving you much more space to work with the clip's content. You can also enable Arrange Clip View panels automatically, so that the clip view dynamically adjusts its tabs as you change its size. In vertical view, you can fold or unfold the panels by clicking the triangles. Option clicking will fold or unfold all of them simultaneously. You can navigate between the tool tabs using your arrow keys, or by holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and pressing numbers 1, 2, or 3. In audio clips, the sample information is contained in the header in horizontal view and as a tab of its own in vertical view. You can choose to hide this if you wish via the context menu. In this video, we are going to learn about racks in Ableton Live. You can group devices into racks. This can allow you to build unique instruments, create parallel chains of effects, map parameters to macro controls, or simply declutter the detail view. Let's take a closer look. To create a rack, select one or more devices, call up the context menu, and select Group. Alternatively, you can use the shortcut Command-G on a Mac or Control-G on a PC. I've now placed these MIDI effects into a MIDI effect rack. Grouping an instrument places it inside an instrument rack, and grouping one or more audio effects together creates an audio effect rack. You can place MIDI effects or MIDI effect racks before an instrument in your instrument rack. You can place audio effects or audio effect racks after an instrument in your instrument rack. Once you have created a rack, you can map different parameters by using up to 16 macro controls. To do this, simply engage the Map button at the top of your rack and click on the parameter you wish to use. Finally, click on the Map button underneath a macro control. Alternatively, you can simply right-click the parameter you would like to map and choose the macro control from the context menu. By default, we can see 8 macro controls in a rack. You can increase or decrease the number of macros you can view by using these plus and minus buttons. Clicking this button will show or hide macro variations.
Macro variations allow you to store the current state of the rack as a variation. You can add as many as you like, meaning you can build your rack to include different variations of your original idea. Let's add a macro variation using this button. Now I'll move some macro controls and store another few variations. We can duplicate, delete, and rename variations using the context menu. We can randomize the state of the rack's macro controls using the Randomize button. This feature is a great companion to macro variations, allowing you to quickly and intuitively build up a bank of sounds to compose with. You can recall your variations by using the launch buttons. These buttons can be mapped to a key on your computer keyboard or to a MIDI controller. Let's finish off by mapping the launch buttons to keys on my controller and then jamming along with my track to discover new sequences and ideas. In this video, we will further explore racks in Live and take a look at some advanced techniques. You can nest an instrument into an instrument rack, where you can further add instruments to create a layered sound. All we have to do is show the chain list with this button and drag and drop a new instrument into the rack. Alternatively, we can call up the context menu and choose Create Chain. We can then drag and drop a new instrument into our empty chain. You can map more than one parameter to any macro control. First, I'm going to show my macro controls and then click on the Map button. I'm going to click on the filter frequency to select it and then click the Map button underneath Macro 1. You can also map via the context menu. I'm going to right-click on the time parameter and also map that to Macro 1. If I show the browser section of Live's interface and engage the Map button again, I can see the mapping browser. Here I can set the ranges of my mapped parameters. In this example, I would like the filter movement to be less extreme, so I'm going to set its range to begin at 300 Hz and end at 2000 Hz. You can also invert the minimum and maximum values via the context menu. In this next example, I have an instrument rack containing 3 different instruments. When I play notes on my MIDI controller, I would like the lower register to play a bass sound, the middle register to play a piano instrument, and the upper register to play a bell sound. The key button unfolds the key zone editor, allowing me to define a key range for each chain in my rack using zones. I can choose which keys are sent to which chain by dragging the sides of my zones, and I can fade in and out of my zones by dragging the small upper handle. The Vel button, or Velocity Zone Editor, is similar. I can assign chains to different ranges of note velocity using zones, which I can either step or fade between. In this example, I will add a noise sample loaded into a simpler. Let's set up this rack so that I only hear the noise sample if I play notes with a velocity value of 100 or more. Clicking on the Chain button opens the Chain Select editor. Let's add a 4th instrument to this rack and use the Chain Selector to fade between our original 3 sounds and the new one. Once again, I can resize the zones by dragging their sides, and I can fade between them using the upper handles.
At the top, we can see the chain selector ruler, which allows us to switch between zones. I can manually move this icon around, or I can map it to a macro control. We can increase or decrease the size of the zone, velocity, and chain editor interfaces by calling up the context menu and choosing between small, medium, and large. Once I have finished setting up my rack, I can click the Hide button to save on screen space. So far, we have been working with an instrument rack. The same three options can be found in MIDI effect racks, whereas audio effect racks simply include a chain editor. This is a great way to crossfade between two very different chains of audio effects. You can nest a rack within a rack, creating endless possibilities for sound and instrument design. In this example, I have nested an instrument rack inside another instrument rack. This allows me to use MIDI effects like scale before the instruments, and audio effects like this hybrid reverb after the instruments. The great thing about this workflow is that I can now manipulate MIDI effect parameters, instrument parameters, and audio effect parameters from the same interface of 16 macro controls. If you take a rack and put it inside another rack, as I have done, you don't lose your mappings. Simply map the original macro controls to the macro controls on your new rack. Finally, we can rename and recolor the macro controls by calling up the context menu.
Follow actions are available in Session View. They're an automated way of triggering clips so that instead of looping or stopping, they can trigger another clip on the same track. They can be as simple as playing the next clip after a fixed amount of time, kind of like a mini DJ set, or as complex as creating infinitely evolving drum grooves or glitch effects with extreme randomization. They can be used in a live performance or in the studio as interesting sound design tools. In this video, I'll give you an overview of follow actions and demo a few of my favorite ways to use them. In this first example, let's keep things simple and just use 2 clips. These are drum loops playing different patterns. To reveal follow actions, you look down in Clip View and click the triangle to show the clip launch settings. Then you can enable them by pressing the Follow Actions button so it turns yellow. Or if you're into keyboard shortcuts, you can select one or more clips and then press the Shift and Return keys to enable follow actions on all the selected clips. When a clip has a follow action enabled, you'll see the clip launch button changes style, and the next clip that's going to be triggered will flash. Now that we've got a feel for how this function works, let's amp things up and take a look at some more advanced uses. We've got a track here with a selection of different drum loops on it, with quite a bit of variation between them. Let's explore some of the ways they can be triggered. Follow actions are divided into follow action A and follow action B, so you can introduce some randomization with the follow action chance slider if you want. For now, we're just going to go with the default behavior of using 100% follow action A. The choices you have are pretty intuitive. You can have the clip stop, play itself again, play the previous or next clips, and play the first or last clips in the sequence. Any will randomly select the next clip to play from the entire group of clips on the track with follow actions engaged. This includes replaying the current clip. Other will play any other clip at random on the track. While Jump allows you to select a specific clip to play next by selecting the number of the clip you want to trigger. It's important to note that clips will always launch according to their launch mode and quantization. Quantization is global by default, which you can change up here. But you can set individual quantization on clips for interesting stutter effects when in repeat mode. These clips all have different repeat quantizations, and that's particularly useful when using a MIDI controller or keyboard mapping. Now let's take a look at linked and unlinked follow actions. An unlinked action will play the clip for a specified follow action time, and then carry out the next chosen action. When you use linked mode, it will play the clip for the full length set by the loop brace, and then loop it the number of times you can set in the follow actions multiplier parameter before triggering the next clip. In our next example, we'll take a look at a musical loop. There's a series of clips all playing the same pattern but with different synth sounds. I want to preserve the pattern but switch up these sounds. When using a regular follow action, the next clip starts at the beginning. However, in this case, I want the next clip to come out where the first one left off. This is where legato mode is useful and does just that. Now let's use a glitch example. You can use randomization to divide between follow action A and follow action B, depending on the position of the follow action chance parameter. This allows you to create an evolving sequence that'll avoid repetitions and stay sounding fresh. If you want to take things to the next level, you can also use follow actions on entire scenes. This gives you a whole new world of creative possibilities for DJ sets and live performances.
Hybrid reverb allows us to combine different kinds of reverb together to form super unique textures and spaces for our sounds. Here, I have a simple synth loop with the default hybrid reverb preset on it. Let's take a listen. Hybrid reverb is divided into two parts. On the left side, we have the convolution section, which works by taking a sample from a real-world space called an impulse response and applies it to our audio to make it sound like it's in that space. Over on the right, we have the algorithm section, which contains various algorithms to simulate different spaces for our sound. In the middle, we have the blend dial, which controls how much of each kind of reverb we're hearing. By default, the routing of the hybrid reverb is set to serial, which means that the signal passes through the convolution reverb first, and then the resulting output gets sent through the algorithm section. I'd like to isolate just the convolution, so I'm going to select convolution from the drop-down menu here. I can cycle through different categories of impulse responses here. Let's do springs, and select an individual impulse response down below. I can also use third-party impulse responses, or even use my own audio. So if I open up the browser, here I have a ride sample. Let's drag that into the hybrid reverb and see what happens. You can hear that the synth really takes on the characteristics of my new impulse response. I can manipulate this further, perhaps turning down the size, or maybe making the decay shorter, or turning up the attack to create sort of a fade-in effect. The sound design possibilities here are endless. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the convolution section. Now I'd like to isolate just the algorithm section. There are several different algorithms inside of Hybrid Reverb. All offer their own unique textures and timbres, and they're all worth exploring. Today, though, I'd like to create sort of a pumping effect in my reverb, so I'll switch to Tides here. Tides offers a super unique phasey flowing sound to the reverb. I'd like to make it a bit faster though, so I'll change the rate to quarter notes. I'll turn Tide to 100% to make the pumping effect more noticeable. And I'll change the phase to 0 degrees so that the tide is the same on both the left and right channels. I'll also turn down damping to preserve some of the higher frequencies. Okay, I'm pretty happy with my algorithm section. So let's combine this back with my convolution section. So again, we can switch back to serial, which means that the signal passes through the convolution reverb first, and then the output gets sent through the algorithm section. Or I can change this to parallel so that the signal goes to the convolution and algorithmic reverbs separately. I can also choose how much of the signal is sent to the reverb using the send knob here. So for example, using a little bit of automation, I can allow just the first chord, or the first 2 chords, to be sent, and then no other chords get the reverb. I can also manipulate the pre-delay, which controls how much time there is between the dry signal and the reverb. We can set the pre-delay in 16th notes. Let's do 3/16. I'll also turn up the feedback, which controls how much of the pre-delay's output is fed back into its input. You can hear this creates a unique delay effect. Nice. Just for some extra character, I'll also turn up vintage, which simulates the characteristics of older digital hardware reverbs. And also turn up stereo so that the reverb occupies a wider stereo field. Just to be safe, I'll turn on bass mono so that the super low frequencies are summed up to mono, so that there's no phase cancellation. And now let's go over to the EQ section, where I can further shape the sound of my reverb. I'd like a little more high end, so I'll crank up 0.4, and maybe some mid-range as well. I can dial in the Q value of my mid-range boost right here. And as far as my low end goes, if I drag up on this point right here, I can adjust the slope. And while EQ doesn't affect what's being fed into the convolution reverb, I can choose to apply it before or after the signal hits the algorithmic reverb. So let's hear my synth without hybrid reverb, sort of plain, and now with. Let's hear this in context. Spectral resonator takes the sound and generates a bunch of sine waves based on the spectral properties of the incoming signal. This allows us to totally transform sounds, from turning drums into melodies or turning organic sounds into digital washed-out soundscapes. In this video, I'll first talk a bit about how spectral resonator works, and then we'll use it to turn a drum loop into chords. So here on this track, I have a default instance of operator, spectral resonator, and a spectrum so we can see what's going on with the sound. I'll make the spectrum bigger by hitting the triangle on the upper left corner, and I'll turn off spectral resonator for now. Now, out of operator, I'm playing a sine wave. You can think of the sine wave as the fundamental building block of any sound. Almost every sound you hear in the world, from a piano playing to a person talking, can be thought of as just a bunch of sine waves at different frequencies, amplitudes, and phases. You can see the sine wave looks like a spike on the spectrum graphic. Now, I'm going to change the output of operator from sine to white noise. White noise is a random signal of all the different frequencies playing throughout the audible spectrum. Let's take a listen. You can see this just looks like a vague scribble across the spectrum. Now, let's turn Spectral Resonator on. So first off, we can hear that the white noise is a lot more tonal, and we can see a bunch of these spikes, similar to what we saw when we were playing the sine wave alone. What Spectral Resonator is doing is analyzing the frequency distribution of the incoming signal and generating a bunch of sine waves based on what it sees. Each of these sine waves is called a harmonic, and we can control the number of harmonics generated on the upper right corner here. Let's turn it down from 256 and see what happens. Cool, so you can see I'm generating 5 harmonics here, and we can count the number of spikes in the spectrum. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I can control the fundamental frequency of where this harmonic series begins with the frequency knob. I can also control how far the harmonics are spaced using stretch. Or if I turn the number of harmonics back up, I can shift the input spectrum up or down using the shift slider. This is similar to pitching the incoming signal up or down, or almost acting like a filter. Now, what I'd like to happen is for each of these sine waves to resonate out for longer. So if I turn up decay here, now when I just tap a note, you can hear the sine waves of the spectral resonator ring out. I can dampen the higher frequencies using this HF damp knob, so you can hear the higher frequencies are decaying much more quickly now. Or I can do the same thing for low frequencies with the LF damp knob. Notice how we can see what frequencies are decaying faster using the spectrogram. You can see that the top part of the spectrogram, which shows the volume of the upper frequencies over time, fades to black more quickly than the lower part. So, now that we have a basic understanding of how spectral resonator works, let's apply these techniques to something a bit more musical. Over on this track, I have a simple drum break. Let's take a listen. And now, let's hear it with Spectral Resonator. You can hear the drums sound much more tonal, like they're all playing one note. I can change the pitch of the drums by manipulating the frequency dial. Or if I like, I can change this in semitones by clicking the musical icon here. Now, what I'd like to do is actually play in the notes that Spectral Resonator is tuned to using my keyboard, rather than having to turn the frequency dial. So to do this, I'm going to switch the mode from internal to MIDI, and I'll select my MIDI input track. I'll go ahead and arm the MIDI input track so that it receives MIDI information from my controller. Let's take it back to the break track. Now let's play a simple melody. I can create a pitch bend effect between notes by turning up glide. I can also set the range of my pitch bend wheel on my keyboard using the PB slider at the bottom. If I turn on MIDI gate, the signal will be muted when I'm not playing any notes. Let's turn MIDI gate off for now. Now, over on my MIDI input track, I have a simple chord progression. What I'd like to do is send the MIDI data from my clip over to Spectral Resonator. So let's press play on the clip and hear what happens. Seems like only one note is playing at a time. So let's take it back to my break track, and I'll change the mode for Spectral Resonator from mono to poly. And now you can hear it's playing my full chords. And I can choose to set the number of voices here back to 2 or up all the way to 16. Now that we have the chords working, let's shape the sound further. I'll turn up the decay so that the chords ring out for longer. Turn up HF damp so that the higher frequencies get turned down more quickly. I'll turn up shift and make the chords sound a bit brighter. And the stretch as well, which spaces out the harmonics to create a more hollow sound. Next, we can play with the modulation modes. So, chorus creates a wide phasey effect. Wander does a similar thing, but has a more neutral sound. And granular creates a super unique digital wind chime sound. I can manipulate these modulation modes further with the mod rate knob, or I can create a bit more movement in the sound by turning up the amount of pitch modulation. I can also turn up unison, which creates slightly detuned copies of the sine waves that we already have. We can control how detuned these sine waves are from each other using the unison amount. And I can push the unison up to 8 here, which almost sounds like we're back to the original drums. All right, so I'm happy with the sound here, but what I'd like to do now is mix it back in with the original drums. So to do this, I'm going to turn down the dry wet. You can see that the dry signal is represented in yellow in the spectrogram. I can set the amount of gain applied to the input signal running into the resonator using this input send knob. And finally, I can transpose the whole thing up by using the transpose knob. Awesome, let's hear it with the bass and drums. Spectral time allows us to capture and hold slices of incoming audio and then run them through a frequency-based delay, allowing us to create anything from glitchy percussion to icy washed-out pads. Over on this track, I have a simple melody loop with a default spectral time preset. I'll turn the effect off for now so we can hear the original signal, and let's take a listen. Let's turn spectral time back on, and turn the dry wet to 100% so we can really hear it. So it sounds like all spectral time is doing right now is adding a bit of delay. Let's turn the delay portion of the effect off for now and focus on the freezer. To enable the freezer, click the freeze button here. You can hear that spectral time has captured a slice of the incoming audio and is now sustaining it indefinitely. We can see all of this happening over on the spectrogram, which gives us a visual representation of all the different frequencies that make up the sound over time. In addition to triggering the freezer manually, I can also switch to retrigger mode. Let's click freeze again. You can hear now that spectral time is refreezing the audio every time it detects a new transient. We can control how sensitive spectral time is to these new transients using the sensitivity knob here. Notice how when I turn it all the way down, spectral time ceases to refreeze. We can see each retrigger using the yellow LED here, which blinks every time spectral time refreezes. Let's switch from onsets to sync mode here, which just triggers a refreeze at a fixed time interval. I can control the interval in milliseconds here, or switch over to notes. Let's go back to onset mode for now. If I'd like the effect to sound a bit smoother, I can turn up crossfade, which fades between each freeze. If I'd like a little more control, I can switch to the envelope mode, which allows me to control the fade in and fade out of each freeze independently. Now, above the spectrogram, I have the option of changing the resolution of spectral time. Low resolutions sound very digital and have a lot of artifacts. whereas high resolution sounds a bit cleaner and more natural. Keep in mind that as you turn up the resolution, the latency of the effect increases. You can double-check the latency by hovering over next to the device title and looking at the status bar at the bottom. Sweet, I'm quite happy with the freezer settings. I'll turn the freezer off for now and switch to the delay. Delay just takes the incoming signal and repeats it at a regular interval. We can control the dry-wet of the effect here. And turn up the feedback, which controls how much of the output of the delay is fed back into its input. I can change the delay time here in milliseconds, or I can choose to do this in notes. Let's do 16ths. Where things start to get interesting is the shift dial, which allows me to shift the output of the delay up or down. Tilt, spray, and mask all control how the delay affects different frequencies. So if I turn tilt up, higher frequencies are delayed more than low frequencies, resulting in almost a pitch bend effect. If I turn tilt to negative values, lower frequencies are delayed more. Spray randomizes the delay time, which results in a smeared and more abstract sound. I can choose which frequencies tilt and spray affect using mask. Positive values make tilt and spray only affect higher frequencies, whereas negative values make them only affect lower frequencies. I can also adjust the stereo width of the delay here. Awesome. So now let's combine that back in with the freezer. Now I'd like to hear this with a bit of the dry signal, so I'll turn the dry-wet down. Notice how the dry signal is represented in yellow in the spectrogram. I'd like to turn the amount of gain down on the signal being sent into spectral time, so I'll turn down the input send. All right, I'm quite happy with that. Let's hear it with the rest of my beat. Let's hear it without spectral time. Quite dry. And now, back on.
The chorus ensemble is a set of 3 modulation tools that allow us to thicken out a sound, we can soften down a sound, or we can just change the sound completely. We have 3 modes: classic, which is a nice thickening, widening sound, the ensemble, which is a rich, full-bodied chorus, and the vibrato, which is a pitch modulation. I'm going to stick with classic to start and show you the features, and let's get a nice loop going so we have something to work with. So what's happening in classic mode is the input signal is getting duplicated twice. We're getting 2 copies of the original, and each copy is shifted by a certain amount of time. We can use the LFO to then modulate the delay time of those 2 signals. So the LFO being a low frequency oscillator, it's attached to the delay time and we can get it moving around by itself. It gives the sound more body and presence. That's because the duplicate copies, with the time being shifted, expanding and contracting, it's slightly modulating the pitch as well. We're getting higher and lower pitch. When they're stacked back together, we get this feeling like there's multiple copies of the input happening. I can bring the rate up to make it faster. If I bring the amount up and the rate right up, you can really hear those oscillations happening now. So just by moving the rate and the amount, you can find a really nice sweet spot to get the sound nice and warm and wholesome. Now moving across, we have the feedback. This is how much of the output signal is fed back into the original, so it kind of gives the impression that you're stacking multiple copies. Let's bring the rate right up. So at extreme levels, we're getting an artificial metallic type sound. We can also make the feedback sound a bit more hollow by clicking on the invert polarity button. Now, one thing you might have noticed is we were going into the red then, we were getting some clipping, and that's not what we want. So over here we have the high pass filter. What this does is when you turn it on and bring the frequency up, anything below this frequency is going to be cut. Now if I bring all this up, it's still going to sound chaotic, but we're not going to get that muddiness and that distortion that we had before. I'm going to go ahead and play this vocal loop here. So very simple, it just sounds like one voice, but I'm going to move across to the ensemble mode now, and what you'll notice is as I bring the amount up, we have a third copy. They're evenly split, which gives us that kind of really full sound. So if I bring the amount up and bring the rate up, it sounds like we've got multiple people in the room now. This might be a little bit too much. Let's bring it down a bit. Now, the one thing I didn't mention is the width. So both classic and ensemble have a width. What this does is it splits the individual copies out to the left and the right in the spatial field. I can bring this down to 0 and we just now have a mono chorus. But I can bring this all the way up to 200% to get a full extreme spatial effect. Let's try it with something else. I'm going to try the saw lead here. Okay, I'm going to move across to the dry wet. The dry wet is how much of the processed signal is mixed with the unprocessed signal. If I bring this down to 0, we've just got our pure saw wave. And I'm going to bring the feedback up and the rate up and do some crazy stuff. And I'm just going to bring a little bit of dry wet in. So we can mix and match how we like with that. The other two parameters we have here, which are universal, is the output. This is just the volume of the device, and we have the warmth. So the warmth adds a distortion, a saturation at the end of the processing, just to give it that little bit of extra warmth. It's quite subtle, but it's a really neat little feature there. And finally, let's move across to vibrato mode. I'm going to bring the amount down here. I'm going to click on vibrato. First thing you might notice is the feedback and the dry wet are disabled. So we can't use these in vibrato mode. Let's go back to that vocal hold. So as I bring the amount up, the vibrato simply just modulates the pitch up and down. We can change it faster, or we can slow it down. This is really useful if I want to humanize something, so I'll give it quite a fast rate, but bring the amount right down. And now we have a vibrato, we've got a modulation of the pitch. It also works quite well with leads. So what would normally just be a straight lead, we now have a little bit of wobble. The other features that we have for the vibrato is we have the high pass, like we did for the classic and the ensemble, but we have an offset. So this will split the LFO into two. One side will be going out of phase with the other. So that's again to give us that spatial effect. And this goes all the way up to 180 degrees for a full, complete opposite on the left and the right hand side. The final feature we have is the shape. Now I'm going to slow this down a bit, bring the amount up. So the LFO is moving in a nice smooth sine wave. It changes this to a triangle. We can see now we have sharp edges. It's going up and then immediately back down and then straight up and immediately back down again. These points make the sound sharper and edgier. The phaser flanger is a collection of tools that use a single all-pass cascade to create movement and to add more character to your sound. We have three different modes: the phaser, the flanger, and the doubler. I'm going to focus on the phaser to start, and let's get a loop happening. I've chosen this saw wave pad because it's nice and raw. Let's turn the device on. Straight away, you can hear the phaser being applied. The phaser is spreading notches around a center frequency, in this case 4 notches, and as I move the center around, you can see and hear those notches moving around. It's a classic phaser sweep. Let's bring the notches down to 1 for a more subtle sweep. And we can bring it all the way up to 42. I'm going to double click on the notches to bring it back to its default of 4, and let's bring the spread up. You'll see the notches move away from the center frequency. And I can go in the other direction and make them nice and close. Now I want some movement here. I want it to happen by itself, so let's look at the LFO or the low frequency oscillator. As I bring the amount up, you'll see the notches are now moving by themselves, and they're going at a rate of 1. This is 1 bar. We can make it really long, like 8 bars if we want a very evolving sound. Or we can make it go quite fast, say 16th notes. If you don't want it in time to the music, you can choose frequency mode and define something yourself. Let's try a different loop. Now the feedback takes some of the output and feeds it back into the input. This really accentuates the phaser. So as I bring this up, we have an invert polarity here, which makes the feedback sound more hollow. And the last thing is the blend. So the LFO is currently being applied to the center, but if I bring the blend up to 1, you'll see it's now applied to the spread. You can see the contracting and expanding of the notches. Over here we have the dry wet. This is how much processed signal is mixed with the original. 0% is just the raw original audio, and this is 100% processed. The output is just the gain of the device, and the warmth will add some saturation and distortion. And let's click over to the flanger. So the flanger takes a duplicate of the sound, delays it by a certain amount of time, and then mixes it back in with the sound, and that creates an interference pattern. So if I bring the dry wet up now, and we'll give it a little bit of feedback, let's move the time around. You can hear that classic flange sound. And of course we can use the LFO here as well. Let's try it on the ARP lead. So you can use it very subtly or very extremely. Okay, let's move across to the doubler. So the doubler is similar to the flanger in a way, but the amount of time that we can delay the signals is quite extreme. So the minimum is 20 milliseconds. Let's bring the amount down for a sec, and let's just drag this out. And of course we have feedback. This just creates more and more and more stacked copies of the doubler. And now we can use the LFO to get that moving around. If I click this little arrow here, we get the extended view. This is some more features that can be applied to the LFO here. So the first thing you might notice is we have the shape. This is the LFO shape. At the moment it's going in a triangle, and that just means it's going up and then it's hitting a point and coming back down again. It's nice and smooth, but not as smooth as the sine wave. So the sine wave has more curved edges, and it's a little bit more organic sounding when you're going fast. And there's more different shapes to explore here. We have all kinds of things like saw up and all that kind of thing. This is good if you're doing it rhythmically. The next thing we have is the duty cycle. This will change the shape of the current waveform selected depending on what shape you have. So if we go back to sine, you'll see it kind of squishes it to the left and to the right. And we also have the phase. What this does is if I bring this up, you'll see that both the left and the right side now are going out of phase. If I bring this all the way up to say 180 or around 180, if you're in headphones, you can really hear a spatial effect going on here. It's quite a neat way to get some space into your sound. This also works for the flanger and for the doubler. If we go to the spin mode, this emulates the sound spinning around your head. So again, if we look, let me slow this down. If we look at the individual notches here moving around, they're creating a sort of spinning effect. Again, if you're on headphones, you'll really hear this. The next thing we have is the envelope follower. I'm going to turn the amount off here and just bring the feedback up so we can really hear the phaser. The envelope follower will apply a certain set of instructions to the center frequency when it gets a transient or when it gets something happening in the music. So I've got it turned on. I'm going to bring the amount up. And you can hear each time there's a new note, we're getting a run of the phaser. It's doing a particular thing. We can slow it down or make the attack longer. We can bring the release in, or we can go in the reverse if we want it to go in the other direction. The next thing we have is the LFO2 mix. So let me bring the LFO back on again now. So we've got the LFO moving up and down in one bar, but now we can mix another LFO in. This is interesting. It combines the sum of the two LFOs to give us a weird shape. So if I make this LFO2 rate super fast, say 16th notes here, and I bring the LFO2 mix up, you'll see we start getting a 16th wobble happening, even though we've got our one bar moving up and down. And of course, we can go into free mode with that. The final thing is the safe bass. So what this means is things like phases and flanges don't really play well with low frequencies, so anything below this particular frequency is going to be cut.
In this video, we'll take a look at the shifter audio effect. Shifter is a multi-purpose pitch and frequency shifting effect that can be used to add ring modulation to incoming audio or to shift the pitch or frequency of audio in real time. Shifter can be used for a wide range of creative processing, including real-time pitch shifting and harmonies, to add metallic overtones to percussion, or to add subtle phasing and tremolo effects to audio. Shifter has three modes: pitch shifting, frequency shifting, and ring modulation. Let's look at each mode, starting with pitch shifting. When in pitch mode, Shifter adjusts the pitch of incoming audio up or down by an amount in semitones or cents, set by the coarse and fine controls. Pitch shifting shifts the frequencies of the incoming audio up or down while maintaining the harmonic relationships of the frequencies. This is useful for changing the pitch of incoming audio in real time or adding harmonies.
Like you, I always want just like you know. I always want just like you. I always want just like you.
The window control affects the quality of the pitch shifting. Low frequencies often sound best with longer window sizes, while high frequencies tend to sound better with shorter ones. Experiment with this to find the quality you're looking for.
Like you, I always want just like you know. I always want just like you. I always want just like you. I always want just like you know. I always want just.
The tone control cuts the high frequencies of the shifted signal and can be useful to remove harshness introduced by the shifting. When wide is enabled, adjusting the fine control will shift the left and right channels in opposite directions, which creates a widening effect.
Just like you know. I always want just like you. I always want just.
Note that when the fine control is set to 0, no widening is applied.
I always want just like.
In frequency shifting mode, Shifter moves the frequencies of incoming audio up or down by an amount in hertz. In frequency shifting mode, the harmonic relationship between frequencies is not maintained. Because of this, larger amounts of shift can create dissonant metallic sounds, useful for percussion or sound effects. Smaller amounts of shift, blended in with the original signal, can result in subtle phasing effects. Frequency shifting can also work particularly well for tuning drum sounds while maintaining their overall tone. In ring modulation mode, the frequency set by the coarse and fine controls is added to and subtracted from the incoming audio. Ring modulation creates quite harsh metallic sounds. This can be useful for adding brightness or a metallic character to drums and percussion. In ring mode, there is an additional drive control to apply distortion to the ring modulation. When in ring mode, values below about 20 Hz can also create interesting tremolo effects. I'll switch back to the chords, enable ring mode, and turn the coarse control all the way down. When combined with the wide and spread controls, this can create wide tremolo effects. Shifter also has a delay section, which can be used to apply a standard delay effect to the shifting. Depending on Shifter's mode, the delay can have a wide range of different effects, like simple echoes, chorusing, and even cascading pitches. Shifter includes a modulation section with an envelope and LFO. The LFO can be used to add movement to the shifted sound. Amount controls how much modulation is applied. Rate controls the speed of the modulation and can be in free time or synced to the beat. The LFO has multiple waveforms to choose from, including random and sample and hold. Duty cycle adjusts the shape of the LFO's waveform. The LFO has two stereo modes. In spin mode, the spin amount detunes the two LFO speeds relative to one another, creating a spinning effect. In phase mode, the phase amount adjusts the offset of the LFOs for the left and right channel. You can enable an envelope follower that tracks the amplitude of the incoming audio and translates it into a modulation source. Amount controls how much the envelope follower is applied. Attack adjusts how quickly the envelope follower responds to rising input levels, and release adjusts how quickly the envelope follower responds to falling input levels. Shifter also has a MIDI sidechain section, which can be hidden and shown using the toggle in the top left. By default, Shifter is in internal mode, where the amount of pitch or frequency shifting is set by the coarse and fine controls. But you can also switch Shifter into MIDI mode, where the pitch or frequency is set by an incoming MIDI note. I've already set up a track with a MIDI melody to use as the input signal. Be aware that Shifter is monophonic and will always respond to the last MIDI note it receives. The glide parameter adjusts the time in milliseconds over which notes will slide to the pitch of the next incoming note. You can set the pitch bend range between 0 and 24 semitones to define the effect of incoming pitch bend messages.
Vintage sound lovers like reducing the quality of their samples to get this lofi sonic character. Early samplers used 8 or 12-bit converters and sample rates of 25 kHz or even less. This technological limitation became the signature of early electronic music, particularly of the 80s and 90s. With Redux, you can recreate this characteristic sound and reduce the sample rate and bit depth of your tracks. Let's have a look at the Redux device. I've loaded an instance of Redux on my drum track. On the left is the downsampling side. This dial sets the new sample rate that the signal is degraded to. By downsampling the signal, you add frequency-shifted copied spectra of the baseband signal. The lower the sample rate, the more of the input signal's high-frequency components are lost, and the more prominent the distortion becomes, creating this very characteristic sound of unfiltered resampling. Jitter adds unpredictable variations, creating noise and randomness to the downsampling process. Filters can be applied before and after the effect processing. In Pre, you apply an anti-aliasing filter. The behavior of the sample reduction will then react differently to the frequency content of the signal. Clicking on Post enables a filter that follows the resampling modules and reduce imaging. You can change its cutoff frequency below. Let's have a look at the right side of Redux on the second track in my song. Here's the bit reduction side. Changing the bit depth of the sound simulates the process of converting an analog signal to a digital one with different levels of bit depth. High values create subtle and crispy distortion. If you continue degrading the sound, the audio will lose definition, becoming aggressive and noisy. The shape dial emulates a particular feature of some early samplers. It changes the bit reduction behavior from a linear to logarithmic scale. This leads to interesting results and affects the sound of the distortion. Adding DC shift will also help you change the sonic characteristic of the resulting distortion. Let's hear both effects together. Adjust the balance between the processed and dry signal with the dry-wet slider for even more sonic combinations. With Redux, you can create various types of digital distortion, allowing you to spice up your synth or drums or totally smash them. It's up to you.
Pitch Loop 89 uses a digital tape loop with 2 independent pitch shifting delays, allowing us to add anything from subtle vibrato and space to our sounds, all the way to completely transforming and mangling the source material. Here I have a simple drum loop. Let's turn Pitch Loop off for now and take a listen. And now let's turn it back on. So it seems like all Pitch Loop is doing right now is adding a little bit of delay. I can adjust the delay time here using the position parameter. You can see the delay time here in milliseconds. Notice how when I adjust a parameter for the top delay unit, which is for the left channel, the same change is reflected in the bottom unit, which is for the right channel. However, if I adjust the bottom unit, the same change does not get reflected to the top. If I want to completely unlink these two delay units, I could just hit the arrow here, and now I can adjust any parameter for each delay unit freely. Let's bring them back together for now. So far, pitch loop has been functioning as a simple delay unit, but where things start to get really interesting is when I enable the hold button. Let's turn the dry wet up to 100% so we can really hear it. So right now, pitch loop is blocking any new audio from coming in, and instead looping a small segment of the audio that came in previously. I can scrub through the audio that it recorded using the position parameter here. This black graphic here represents about 2 seconds of audio, and these two blue lines represent the part of the audio that I'm looping. So I can scrub through the audio like so. I can randomize the position here, adding a bit more movement. Or, if I'd like to modulate the position, I can turn up the depth on the LFO here. And now the position moves on its own. I can make it move faster or slower using the rate parameter, and change the LFO shape as well. So maybe instead of sine, I'll try square, or ramp, which is more of a sawtooth shape. Or I can completely randomize the position using the random setting. Or maybe even move, so that instead of jumping to a random position, the movement is smoother. Let's change it back to sine for now, and I'll turn the LFO off. Say I wanted to adjust how long the loop is. To do this, I'll adjust the segment here. And you can see that the segment time is written down below in milliseconds. Smaller segments sound very glitchy and digital. I'll turn the LFO back on and turn down the rate. Notice how the segment time is now changing ever so slightly. This is because Pitch Loop's algorithm adjusts the segment time to find the cleanest possible transition point between segments. If I want to turn this off, I can turn off crossing here at the bottom left. To hear the difference, I'll turn the segment down a lot. Sounds very digital. And if I click on crossing again, sounds a bit more glitchy with crossing back on. There's also the option to have a longer fade between segments using the fade button, which we'll get into later. If I'd like the segment to loop backwards instead of forward, I can click on back here. And if I'd like to globally scale down both the position and the segment time, I can click short. I can downsample the looped or delayed signal using these buttons over here. Lowering the sample rate will pitch down the audio and also add a unique grainy texture, reminiscent of older digital hardware samplers. Now, in addition to adjusting the position and segment, I can also pitch the held signal up or down using the pitch parameter. I can detune the pitch of both the left and right delay units here, and add some pitch bend or vibrato using the depth parameter. I can change the shape of the LFO here to make a square, and make it faster or slower as well. The sound design possibilities here are truly endless. If I'd like to tame the signal a little bit, I can filter out the low end using the low cut parameter, or take out some of the high end as well. Over here I have the feedback parameter, which sends the output of the delay units back into themselves. Because hold is enabled right now, incoming signals are blocked, and so the feedback does nothing. If I turn hold off, then I really start to hear it, especially when I turn up the pitch. As we'll hear later, the different feedback routing options result in completely different sounds. If I'd like, I can adjust the stereo field of the output here. And adjust the volume of the different delay units. So now that we have some understanding of how pitch loop works, let's try applying it to a few sounds to add some space and texture. Over on this track, I have a simple piano, and I'd like to use pitch loop to give it a more psychedelic atmosphere. So let's turn the drums off for now and take a listen. All pitch loop is adding right now is a bit of delay. I'll turn up the position to increase the delay time. And next I'll take the pitch shifter for the left channel and put it up an octave. And take the pitch shifter from the right channel and put it down an octave. To exaggerate the pitch shifting effect, I'll turn up feedback. Right now, feedback is set to sub mode, which means that the output of the pitch shifters are added together and then routed back into their inputs. In left-right mode, they are not added together and then routed back into their inputs independently. Cross mode routes the output of the left channel's pitch shifter into the input of the right channel, and vice versa, to create a really interesting up-down alternating effect. I'd like to make the delay sound a bit less glitchy, so I'll turn up the segment. And I'll turn crossing off to make the segment consistent in time. I'd like to tame the sound a bit, so I'll turn up the low cut to cut out a little bit of the bass, and turn down the high cut to make the upper frequencies a little less harsh. Turn the outputs up on the delay units. I'd like to make sure that I got my timing right, so let's hear it with the drums. Nice, I'm quite happy with that. Let's add my guitar melody. Let's solo out the guitar for a bit. What I'd like to have here is for the guitar to have a thicker, more chorusy sound. So I'll start by turning on short, which will drastically lower the position and segment time. I'll turn up random for a bit of stereo effect. And turn the position of the right channel's delay up a bit. I'll turn up the segment to make the sound a bit smoother. And turn on fade, which creates a longer crossfade between segments, which helps smooth out the delayed sound even more. Let's give it a bit of a psychedelic flavor. I'll turn up the depth, which creates a bit of pitch wobble. And finally, I'll turn up feedback, which gives it almost a slapback delay sound. Here's what it sounds like without any pitch loop. Pretty flat and dry. And here it is with. All right, now let's hear it in the context of the beat. And let's add a bit of bass.
Bouncy Notes is a MIDI device that generates notes based on the simulation of bouncing balls. This can be used to generate organic rhythms and melodies or to add lifelike variations to existing ideas. Notice that when I play a note on my keyboard, a bouncing ball is created, and every time the ball hits the piano roll at the bottom of the graphic, the same note is played again. When the ball reaches the end of its lifetime or it starts bouncing, it's removed. Let's start by controlling some parameters that influence the physics simulation at the heart of the device. Notice that when I turn up gravity, balls bounce faster and harder. You can hear that when the ball hits the piano roll harder, the resulting velocity of the outcoming MIDI note is higher, and because my operator patch here is velocity sensitive, harder notes result in louder and brighter sounds. Compare that to when I turn the gravity back down. Notice the sounds are much softer and less abrasive. I can also control the mass of each note. You can actually see the balls getting bigger and smaller here. And I can scale the speed of the physics simulation up or down here. Turning up the friction dramatically reduces the number of times balls bounce, since every time the ball bounces against the piano roll, friction reduces its speed. To the right are two parameters that control how the velocity of the incoming MIDI notes influence the gravity and mass of the balls. So to demonstrate this, I have a simple MIDI clip with a chord progression, and you might notice that the notes of the chord progression are all at different velocities. So if I go back to bouncy notes here and press play, I turn up the friction here, turn down the speed. So watch what happens when I turn up the velocity sensitivity and how that influences the gravity. Notice now that certain notes are falling much more quickly than others. This is because higher velocity translates to more gravity. I can also have the velocity adjust the mass of each ball. So if I turn this up, you might notice that certain balls are now much larger than others. Both of these parameters can be used in tandem and also be put to negative values to add more variation and life to your MIDI clips. Next, I'd like to talk about the drop mode. So currently, drop is set to press, which means that when I press down a key on my keyboard, a ball is created. I can also change this to release, so when I let go of a note on my keyboard, a ball is created. I can control how long balls stick around for using the lifetime parameter. Currently, lifetime is set to 4B, which means that balls can stick around for up to 4 bars before they are removed. Balls can be removed much more quickly, though, if they stop bouncing. So notice that when I turn down the lifetime here, balls can actually be removed before they even hit the notes at the bottom. If I like balls to be generated automatically, I can turn on auto here. Auto only works if Live's transport is running. So let's turn off this MIDI clip here and press play. Underneath auto is the rate at which new balls are added. Currently 1 bar. I can make it faster or slower. Notice though that balls accumulate very quickly. I can control this by turning down the number of voices, which limits the number of balls playing at once. Sweet. Now so far you can already see the potential for generating organic rhythms and evolving sounds, but it's not super musical just yet. If we click the piano button on the bottom right, we can fix the balls to a particular key or scale. So let's change the scale here to major pentatonic, and I'll change the tonic to C, and I'll change the starting note to C2. Next, I'll lower the range here so that balls can only travel 12 notes above C2 on the scale, and press play. Sweet. Now it all sounds like it's the same key, but the rhythm is still a little bit wild. So let's quantize it using the quantize feature here. Now the notes are fixed to a particular grid. In addition to quantizing, I can also affect the note length. So for example, say I'm playing a note here. When note length is set to auto, the notes created by the bouncing ball will be the same as the note that I used to generate the ball in the first place. So for example, if I really quickly tap a key, you'll notice that the notes generated by the bouncing ball are also very short and plucky. If I hold out that same key, the resulting notes created by the bouncing ball are also held out. I can also fix the note length, so when I'm generating notes automatically, I can make them short and plucky by making the note length very small, or turn it up to make the notes more long and sustained. I can also randomize a note, like here. Keep in mind that random length usually doesn't do anything when note length is set to auto. One exception to this would be, say, if I'm holding out a note, then a random length would be assigned based on the random length parameter. Let's turn up the gravity to make the notes hit harder. And I'll turn up the note length. I can also increase the fade out, which turns down the velocity of the balls every time they bounce. This is useful for a more percussive effect. Filter prevents notes from creating balls that aren't in the scale. So for example, if I turn filter on and I play a note, say C sharp, that is not in the major pentatonic scale, it won't generate a ball. If I put a note that is in the scale, a ball will be created. So far, balls have only fallen straight down, but we can also have them travel in a particular direction. Let's do this by clicking and dragging the yellow bar at the top. Now balls will be thrown to the right. I can also push them to the left as well. Or if I prefer, I can completely randomize the direction. I can also control the height from which the balls are dropped using this vertical slider. If I'd like, I can have the velocity of the incoming MIDI notes control the height from which the balls are dropped. So if I turn this up to 100% and really smash a note here, you'll notice that the ball comes down from the top. If I hit a key softly on my keyboard, it'll start from the bottom. To create some stutters and glitches, I can freeze all the balls in place using the freeze button here. I can change the behavior of the balls when they bounce up against the piano roll or the slides of the graphic. So I'll turn up random direction here and maybe skew them to the right. So for the balls hitting the bottom, I have the option to wrap them, which means balls will come back to the place they were dropped from whenever they hit the piano roll. Or I can completely randomize their position whenever they hit the bottom of the graphic. Similar things can be done when the balls hit the sides. I can either wrap them back into their original position, or randomize their position, or delete them when they hit the sides. Let's put them both back to bounce here. Finally, over on the far right are global parameters. So at the top is velocity ball. That controls how much the velocity of the ball hitting the piano roll affects the note out velocity. So if I turn this all the way down, that means that no matter how hard the balls are striking the piano roll, they are going to be outputting the same velocity no matter what. Through controls, the resulting velocity of MIDI notes I'm putting into the device. You can think of this sort of like a dry parameter on an audio effect. So if I turn through all the way down and try playing some notes on my MIDI keyboard, they won't pass through. If I turn it back up, they will. Gain scales the velocity of note out messages when balls hit the piano roll. You could think of this like the wet parameter on an audio effect. The higher the gain, the higher the output velocity is of when balls hit the piano roll. Sweet. So now that we have a good idea of how bouncy notes works, let's apply it to some sounds here. So I'll mute the synth track for now and move over to my drums track. In addition to being used on chords and melodies, bouncy notes is also a great tool for spicing up drums. So here I have a simple drum rack with some kick and claps at the bottom and some extra percussion sounds on top. Now to better optimize this drum rack, I'll turn the drum rack mode on here. And this changes the range of the piano roll at the bottom to accommodate the different notes I already have in my drum rack. Currently, balls are only being generated for sounds I already have going on in my MIDI clip, namely my kick and claps, but I'd also like the balls to start hitting the extra percussion sounds on top. So I'll throw them to the right here. And I'll quantize this to 16th notes to make it a bit more musical. I'll randomize the directions for some more variation and turn up the gravity. Now I like the bouncy notes to avoid the clap and the kick at the bottom, so I'll create a wall here by double-clicking and dragging. I can resize the walls or move them around like so. This is a great tool if you want balls to hit specific notes but not others. Sweet. I'll set quantize to 8th notes here, or put it back to 16th. And I can control how long these balls stick around using the lifetime parameter. Awesome! You can see bouncy notes is a great way to add variation and fills to your drum loops. Over on my marimba track, I like to use bouncy notes to generate an interesting melody. So I'll change this to auto mode. And I'll turn on the scale feature and set the scale to minor pentatonic. I'll leave the tonic at D and change the starting note to D2. And I'll lower the range here. Again, I'll set quantize to 16th notes and increase the drop rate here. I'll randomize the direction for some more variation and turn up the gravity so the notes hit harder. Awesome! Finally, I'll add some bass. If I want to make my drums more extreme, I can just turn up the lifetime and maybe the gravity.
Tree Tone is an incredibly unique device that generates tones based on the simulation of growing trees. This device is perfect for creating lush ambient soundscapes or mallet-like percussion. To hear it, let's start Live's transport. In the central graphic, you'll see the simulation of the tree. Each branch of the tree corresponds to a resonator. A resonator is a device that reinforces sound. So think of the body of an acoustic guitar or the throat of an opera singer. The length and thickness of each branch determines its resonator's loudness, decay time, and relative tuning. Branches on the left side of the graphic create resonators that are panned to the left, whereas branches on the right side of the graphic create resonators that are panned to the right. I can create a new tree just by clicking. Each tree is unique, so they all sound slightly different. I can select a preset tree type down below, or choose a random one over here. Sweet. Over on the left side, I have different exciters that I can route into the resonators of the tree to generate noise. Over here, I have a filtered white noise oscillator. Let's turn it down and see what happens. Notice that the branches stop moving and the sound is muted. If I turn up through, the noise oscillator bypasses the resonators in the tree and goes straight to the output. The noise is filtered, and I can change the filter's center frequency here. I can also widen or narrow the filter bandwidth. So if I turn this up, a wider range of the noise is let through. Wind randomizes the center frequency, bandwidth, and volume of the noise to create a lifelike wind effect. Speed controls the rate of modulation of the wind. So to hear how this affects the tree, let's turn through all the way down and turn noise back up. You can hear the wind creates a really unique, evolving sound. Let's turn wind down for now. Over at the top of the central graphic, I have the option of routing either pink noise or white noise. You can hear that pink noise creates a muted, warmer tone. On the upper left, I have the option to mix between different algorithms for the resonators. If I turn this value all the way down, a warmer, softer algorithm is used. If I turn it all the way up, it sounds slightly harsher and brighter. Below the noise, I have a different exciter, rain. Instead of exciting all the different resonators at once like noise did, rain plucks the different resonators one by one to create a percussive mallet-like effect. Speed controls the rate of the raindrops. Keep in mind that the rate of the mallets is random to simulate real raindrops. Spread controls the range of the resonators that can be hit. So if I turn spread all the way down, only the same resonator will receive a raindrop. Center controls the central resonator that is dictated by the spread. So if I turn center down, primarily lower resonators will be affected. If I turn center up, only the higher ones will. Low and high cut affect the EQ of the mallet used to trigger the different resonators. So if I turn up low cut, the raindrops will sound a little less bassy. If I turn down high cut, they'll sound a bit more muted. Let's turn rain back down and turn the noise back up. Over on the upper right is the tuning section. I can tune all the different resonators up or down here. Spread controls the range of frequencies that the resonators are tuned to. So if I turn spread down, all the resonators will be tuned to a similar frequency. If I turn it up, the range between the different resonators' frequencies is increased. Scale quantizes all the different frequencies of the resonators to a particular key. So you can hear it sounds much more tonal and musical now. I can change the root note of the scale here by dragging up or down. Or shift the resonators up different scale degrees. This simulates different chord progressions or voicings within the scale. In harmonic, if I turn this up, it slowly puts the frequencies of the resonators back to their unquantized state. I have many different scales to choose from, including pentatonic, whole, and diminished scales. Or I can bring in my own scale of files to use, say, for example, if I wanted a microtonal tuning. In the case of scale of files, tonic becomes offset. So instead of using semitones here, it's actually a ratio value. So if I turn offset to 2:1, that means the root note is an octave higher. Let's change the scale back to minor pentatonic for now. Down below, I have different global parameters. So to hear these, I'm going to turn noise all the way down and turn the rain up. Decay controls how long the resonators ring out for. So if I turn this up, resonators ring out for longer. Panning controls the panning of all the different resonators here. And gain controls their volume. Above gain, we have the lock parameter. So by default, lock is on, which means that when I stop Live's transport, the device stops. If I turn this off, it runs regardless of what Live's transport is doing. So let's turn this back on and press play at the top. I'll turn rain all the way down. Now, in addition to using the built-in exciters, I can also route audio into tritone to trigger the resonators. To do this, I'll click the mic icon, and over here I have a cool drum loop, and what I'd like to do is route it into tritone. So to do this, I'll change no input to drums here. And you can now hear that the resonators are being triggered by the kick and snare. I can change the insertion point here, So since I'm using a drum rack, I can have just the clap trigger the tree tone. And I can change the volume of the input signal here. Let's change this back to post mixer, and I'll close this tab. Down below, I have different modulation and routing parameters for tree tone. So built in, we have 2 LFOs and 2 envelopes that I can route to any number of parameters. What I'd like to do is for the pitch of tree tone to go up and down over time. So to do this, I'll go to the routing parameter, I'll select LFO1, and I'll have the destination be shift. And I'll turn up the amount here. So you can hear the pitch of tree tone going up or down. I can increase the rate of the LFO here, and change the shape over on the left side. Let's do sample and hold. In addition to using a Hertz value, I can also sync the rate of the LFO to the clock. Let's do that right here. Right now the LFO is changing every bar. I can change this to quarter notes if I like, and maybe offset it a bit to make it come in a bit later. I can also re-trigger the LFO every time a MIDI note is inputted. This is useful for making the LFO a bit more rhythmic and in time with the rest of my project. So to do this, I'm going to create a new clip here and put in any note. This will just be used to trigger the LFO, and whenever I need it, I'll just press play. Now it sounds much more rhythmic and in time with the drums. I'll turn the drums off for now. Now you might notice that this note that I put in my MIDI clip is actually triggering the resonators. To prevent this from happening, I could go back over into routing and turn off key to mallet. Now, MIDI note messages won't trigger the resonators in tree tone. Let's turn the drums back on. In addition to using the LFOs, I can also route envelopes to different parameters. I'd like the amount of noise to increase at the beginning of each bar. So I'll go over to routing here and select envelope 1. I'll change the input to noise and turn up the value. So you can really hear in the beginning when the note is playing that there's a bunch of noise. If I go back, I can increase the release time to make this effect go on for longer. Let's turn down the gain. Finally, I'd like to use LFO2 to affect the pitch further. So I'll go over to routing and I'll have LFO2 go to tuning. And let's turn up the amount. I'd like the effect to be a bit sharper, so I'll change LFO2 to a square, turn on sync so that it'll be 1 bar here, and turn on re-trigger so it's in time with the rest of the groove. Awesome. That's sounding great. Let's hear it with the rest of my beat. Emit is a granular sample playback device. It's capable of completely transforming whatever sound you put into it, while also offering a uniquely visual approach to sampling and sound design. Here I have a recording of a kalimba. Let's take a listen. I'd like to put this in the emit device. So to do that, I'll just click and drag it and let go. Looks like emit has analyzed the sample and created a spectrogram. A spectrogram is a visual representation of all the different frequencies that make up the sample over time. The x-axis is the time value, and the y-axis shows the different frequencies, from low to high. Frequencies that are louder are displayed as white, whereas quieter frequencies are gray. To start playback, let's press play on Live's transport. In the center of the spectrogram is what's called an emitter. An emitter generates particles which look like these blue dots. The particles play back whatever tiny piece of the spectrum they're gliding over. These tiny slices of audio are called grains. Let's move the emitter around to play back different parts of the sample. I can change the size of the emitter by dragging on the corners. I can also change the position and size of the emitter on the right here. Down below, I can change the angle or direction of the emitter. So if I click and drag here, I can now create particles that play back instead of forward. Turning up width increases the range of directions particles can be emitted from. Turning on bipolar allows me to generate particles in both directions. Let's turn the width down and move the emitter to the far left. Notice that when a particle hits the edge, it bounces back. To change this behavior, I can go over to edge here and, for example, switch it to wrap. This makes particles wrap around to the other side of the graphic. Alternatively, I can switch this to delete, and particles will be removed when they hit the edge. All right, let's put edge back to bounce. And I'll put the angle back to forward now. Over on the left, I can change how particles are created. So right now, a particle is created every 1 bar. To change this, I can turn down the rate. Now particles are created every quarter note. I can control how long particles stick around for using the lifetime parameter. So right now, particles exist for 1 bar before they're removed. If I'd like to turn this down, I can make particles be removed even earlier. Right now, only 1 particle can exist at a time. To change this, I'll turn up the number of grains here. Now, up to 5 grains can exist simultaneously. Let's change the rate back to 1 bar. Over here, I can randomize the lifetime, so if I turn this up, certain particles will stick around for much longer than others. Additionally, I can skip the generation of certain particles by turning up skip. This prevents the particles from being a constant stream and creates some variation and randomness to our sound. If I turn skip all the way up, no particles will be generated. Burst controls how many particles are generated in the interval set by rate. Currently, 1 particle is generated every bar. If I change burst to 2, 2 particles will be generated throughout the course of every bar. If I'd like these particles to be generated at the beginning of the interval, rather than spread throughout it, I can turn spread all the way down. Now, both particles will be generated at the beginning of each bar. Awesome. Now, say I wanted to only play back a smaller portion of the sample. To do this, I'll turn down the length. I can also adjust the starting position of the sample. So instead of playing the very beginning there, I'll cycle through here. And I can see which part of the sample I'm currently playing over highlighted at the top. Now, I'd like the particles to travel a bit further, so I'll turn up force, which flings each particle harder. Friction slows down the particles as they travel. If I'd like to globally speed up or slow down the physics simulation, I can do so over on the right where it says speed. Keep in mind this also affects the rate and lifetime parameters. I'll turn friction down. At the bottom, I have the option to normalize the sample again. Normalizing is basically turning up the sample as much as possible without clipping. So far, cursor mode has been set to emitter, which allows us to change and drag this emitter around. If I switch it to wall, I can create walls for the particles to bounce off of. Let's do so by clicking and dragging. I can resize these walls by dragging on the corners, or delete them by double-clicking. I can create pretty much as many walls as I want. Let's delete these walls for now by double-clicking, and I'll switch the cursor mode back to emitter. Next, I'd like to control some parameters that affect how audio is played back. So to do this, I'll switch over to the Grain tab. I have the option of pitching the audio up or down here. Or if I click F, I can fine-tune it. To the left of pitch, I have glide and blur. Glide smooths out the differences between different slices of audio. If I turn it up, this creates an interesting time-stretching effect. I'll turn down the speed so we can hear it a bit better. Blur has a similar effect, but here, we're applying an envelope to the frequency domain. So if I turn blur up, this creates sort of a metallic ringing out sound. Right now, the vertical position of particles determine the center frequency of their respective bandpass filters. Basically, particles that are playing at the top of the graphic will play back only higher frequencies from the audio, whereas particles at the bottom of the graphic will play back only low frequencies. I can change the range of frequencies each particle plays by turning up width. If I turn width up to 100%, the vertical position of each particle ceases to matter. Q boosts the resonance of the bandpass filter. This makes the sound of the filter more noticeable. Currently, Y-axis is set to filter, meaning that the vertical position affects the filter cutoff. If I'd like, I can switch this to panning. Now, particles at the top of the spectrogram will be panned slightly to the right, and particles at the bottom will be panned slightly to the left. Since the filter frequency is no longer affected by the Y-axis, I can change it manually using the center parameter. Over in the pan section, I have the ability to pan all particles left or right. Here, with width, I can set the range of panning available. So if I turn this up to 100%, the particle's vertical position will have a huge influence over their panning. If I change width to 0%, particles' vertical position will have no effect on their panning. If I switch the Y-axis back to filter mode, width assigns a random panning position to each new particle. If I turn this up, the range of possible panning positions in the stereo field is increased. Over on the right, I have the fade section. This creates a volume envelope over each particle's lifetime. So let's turn the amount up. Notice that each particle starts to fade in and fade out. I can control the shape of the fade by switching up the center. So now particles will fade out, or I can have particles fade in gradually over time. Let's turn the amount down to 0% here. Now, emitter 2 is exactly the same as emitter 1, so I'll skip it for now and move on to the mods section. Here, I can use the 2 built-in LFOs and 2 envelopes to modulate different parameters in the device. Let's start by going over to the routing tab, and I'll use LFO1 as my source. And I'll set the destination as the vertical position of the first emitter. Let's turn up the amount here. Now we can see the emitter move up or down. I can change the rate of the LFO to make it faster or slower here. I can change the shape. Let's try sample and hold. In addition to changing the rate as a Hertz value, I can also turn on sync, which syncs it to the master clock. I also have the option of offsetting the phase of each LFO here. Over on the right, I have the option to re-trigger the LFO every time a new MIDI note is detected. Keep in mind that this only works when sync mode is off. Notice that when I now play a note, the position of the emitter resets. Let's turn re-trigger off and sync back on, and I'll slow down the rate here. I'd like to use one of the envelopes at the bottom, so let's start by going over to the routing section, and I'll select envelope 1 as my source, and I'll map it to the pitch of the first emitter. Let's turn up the amount here. Keep in mind that envelopes only work when MIDI information is received, so let's play a note. Notice that when I play a note, the pitch goes way up. If I'd like, I can turn down the sustain all the way and increase the decay time for a more gradual pitch down effect. Awesome. So let's go back to the routing and turn the envelope 1 modulation off for now. Instead of generating particles automatically, I can also turn on MIDI mode. So now particles will be created when I play MIDI notes. By default, the pitch of my MIDI notes affects the pitch of each particle. I can turn this off so that only the rhythm is affected. Let's turn it back on for now. And here I have a simple MIDI clip that I'd like the device to play, so let's hear it. Let's go back to emit. I'll turn the sustain up to 100% for a more consistent sound. And I'll change the horizontal position of my emitter here and make the height and width as small as possible so that the particles generated are generated from the same place. I'll go to the grain tab and turn up the width to make the sound a bit fuller. And I'll turn up the gain here so that the output of this particular emitter is louder than the other one. Speaking of which, let's turn emitter 2 on as well. I'll turn on MIDI here, turn the sustain and release up so that it's a bit longer. And for this one, I'll go down to the grain tab and put the pitch down an octave. Let's move this to the left. Nice. Sounds much fuller now. Okay. If I'm finding that my CPU is struggling a bit, I can choose to process the kalimba sample as a mono sample instead of a stereo one. And I have the global gain parameter here. All right. Let's hear it with my drums and bass.
Vector delay is a polyphonic delay with a unique modulation system controlled by a 2D particle simulation. In this video, we'll explore how to process sounds with vector delay and how to use the particle simulation to control elements within the sound. On the left of the device is the 2D particle system. This displays particles that are used to affect elements of our sound. On the right-hand side of the device are additional controls and 3 tabs we'll use to adjust parameters of the delay, as well as parameters that control the behavior of particles within the simulation. In the first tab of vector delay are the delay controls. Here you'll find the usual controls you'd expect from a conventional delay, like time, feedback, and a multi-mode filter. There are a few novel controls as well. Pitch lets you repitch only the delayed signal. Recycle feeds the repitched repeats back on themselves to create a cascade of rising pitches. You can also play each repeat in reverse. At the bottom of the Delay Parameters tab are 5 particle attribute controls that allow you to map attributes of the particle simulation to elements within the delay. The first control uses the horizontal position of a particle within the display to affect an element of the delay. Let's map this to control pan. At the moment, there is only one particle active, but you can use the voices control to set anywhere between 1 and 16 voices. Because vector delay is polyphonic, each particle represents a totally separate delay line with its own independent settings affected by the corresponding particle's position within the display. The second particle attribute uses the vertical position of a particle within the display to affect an element of the delay. Let's map this to pitch. When an attribute is mapped to pitch, you can use the scale setting to quantize the repitched values to particular scales or intervals. Let's go with 7 semitones. The third attribute control uses a particle's distance from the center to affect elements of the delay. Let's map this to time, so the delay time of each delay line will change based on its distance from the center of the display. The fourth control uses a particle's speed to affect an element of the delay. Let's map this to gain. The fifth control uses a particle's mass to affect an element of the delay. In the simulation, a particle's mass is represented by its size. You might have noticed that the size or mass of each particle isn't currently changing. Let's first map mass to affect feedback, and then head over to the third tab where we'll find some controls for the particle system attributes. Here we find the emitter, which is used to create and destroy particles. When the emitter is enabled, new particles will be created at a rate set by the rate control, and they will last for a length of time set by the life control. I'll increase life to 4 beats and rate to 2 notes. So particles are being created at a slow rate. Maximum number of particles that can exist simultaneously is always set by the voices control. So voices, rate, and life work in tandem to control how many particles will exist at any one time. You might start to notice that each new particle's mass is slightly different. You can set the mass at which new particles will be created using the mass control, and you can define a random mass for new particles using the random mass control. Let's head over to the second tab, where we can control settings for the forces that move the particles. At the center of the display is what is known as the attractor. Particles are attracted to or repelled from the attractor based on the strength control. The mass of a particle also affects how much it is attracted to or repelled by the attractor. Particles can also be positively or negatively charged, indicated by blue for a positively charged particle and yellow for a negative one. You can set whether the attractor attracts both positive and negative particles, or only one or the other using the attracts setting. Magnetism can be used to set how much oppositely charged particles attract or repel one another. You'll notice that very small adjustments to these controls can have quite drastic results, and each element of the simulation interacts with the others in particular ways. So start by making small adjustments to these controls and noticing how they interact. Vector delay is excellent at creating delays that are complex and organic, and works well for any style that benefits from textured, evolving sound design. There are many other controls we haven't discussed, but remember that you can use Live's info view to discover more about the controls in vector delay. Click the toggle in the bottom left of Live's window to open the info view, then hover over any parameter within vector delay to learn more about that control. Also be sure to explore some of the included vector delay presets to get an idea of the range of sounds possible with vector delay. Vector FM is a granular FM instrument with a unique modulation system controlled by a 2D particle simulation. In this video, we'll explore how to make sounds with Vector FM and how to use the particle simulation to control elements within the sound. This video assumes a basic knowledge of how FM synthesizers work, so if you're not familiar with FM synthesis, you may want to do a bit more research before continuing. On the left of the device is the 2D particle system. This displays particles that are used to affect elements of the sound. On the right-hand side of the device are additional controls and 4 tabs we'll use to adjust parameters of the instrument, as well as parameters that control the behavior of particles within the 2D simulation. At the moment, Vector FM is in MIDI mode, so it will be triggered by MIDI notes. When Vector FM is in MIDI mode and none of the 4 tabs are visible, you can access the ADSR envelope for the device. Let's click into the first of the 4 tabs. This is the Operators tab. Here we can define how many FM operators we're using and what their configurations are. For now, we'll leave only one operator enabled. The second tab contains the conventional parameters of an FM synthesizer, like the carrier and modulator waveforms. When only one operator is selected in the Operators tab, the carrier will modulate itself based on the ratio and index values set in the modulator section. When the index is set to 0, you can use Vector FM like a conventional subtractive synthesizer as well, using the included multi-mode filter. Let's go back to the Operators tab. When we only have one operator active, each new MIDI note corresponds to a new particle in the display, and the FM amount is controlled in the Audio Parameters tab, as we've seen. When 2 or more operators are selected, each additional MIDI note corresponds to a new operator. How these operators interact depends on the FM configuration. For example, in the initial configuration, the first note played will create a basic sine wave carrier. The second note played will then frequency modulate the first note. A third note will create a new sine wave carrier, and a fourth note will frequency modulate that second carrier, and so on. This relationship between each carrier and modulator is indicated by a line joining the corresponding particles in the 2D display. Each carrier is also circled. An in-depth explanation of each operator algorithm is beyond the scope of this video, but explore other configurations and pay attention to how each note interacts. For now, let's switch back to just a single operator and head over to the Audio Parameters tab. The 5 controls at the bottom of the Audio Parameters tab introduce us to the first controls unique to Vector FM, the particle attribute controls. These let us manipulate elements of the synthesizer using attributes of the particles within the 2D display. The first control represents the horizontal position of a particle within the display. Let's map this to affect panning. If I play a note, you'll notice that the note's panning corresponds to the particle's horizontal position within the display. The second parameter represents the vertical position of a particle within the display. Let's map this to control the index value. Now, when I play a note, you'll notice that the FM index of the note is affected by the particle's vertical position. If I play additional notes, you'll notice that each note creates its own particle within the display, and each of these particles applies independent modulation to that note. The third control uses a particle's distance from the center to affect elements of the sound. Let's set this to inversely affect the gain. Now each note will get louder as it approaches the center of the display. The fourth control uses the speed at which a particle is moving to affect elements of the sound. Let's map this to affect the pitch of the carrier. When a control is mapped to the pitch of the carrier, you can set a scale that the pitches will be quantized to. Let's go with octave. These results are a bit extreme, so let's dial back the control to about halfway. The fifth control uses the mass of each particle to affect an element of the sound. At the moment, you'll notice that the mass of each particle, which is indicated by the particle's size, isn't really changing. We'll deal with that in a moment, but for now, let's map this to affect the waveform of the carrier at about 25%. Let's start to control the particles in the simulation. Over on the fourth tab, you can affect the mass of the particles. You can set each new particle to have a fixed mass, or have the mass of each new particle randomized. Let's set the fixed mass to about 50% and the random mass to the max. Now, every time I play a new note or notes, their mass will be randomized. Not only does this mass affect whatever parameter I've mapped it to, in this case the waveform of the carrier, but it also affects how the particles behave within the simulation. Let's head over to the third tab, where we can adjust some more particle behaviors. In the center of the display is a white square. This represents the attractor. Particles will be attracted to or repelled from the attractor based on the strength control. Particles also have charges, represented by the color of the particle, blue for positive, yellow for negative. You can set whether the attractor attracts both positive and negative particles, or only one or the other. You can also use the magnetism control to affect whether oppositely charged particles attract or repel one another. As you might have noticed, very small adjustments to any of these controls can have quite varied results, so start by applying small adjustments and noticing how the particles behave. Vector FM is quite a complex device, but the basic idea is that you have a simple FM synthesizer whose parameters can be modulated using a complex 2D particle simulation. There are many more controls we haven't discussed, but remember that you can use Live's info view to discover more about the controls in Vector FM. Click the toggle in the bottom left of Live's window to open the info view, then hover over any parameter within Vector FM to learn more about that control. Also be sure to explore some of the included Vector FM presets to get an idea of the range of sounds possible. Vector Grain is a granular looper and polyphonic sampler with a unique modulation system controlled by a 2D particle simulation. In this video, we'll explore how to make sounds with Vector Grain and how to use the particle simulation to control elements within the sound. On the left of the device is the 2D particle system. This displays particles that are used to affect elements of our sound. On the right-hand side of the device are additional controls and 4 tabs we'll use to adjust parameters of the sampler, as well as parameters that control the behavior of particles within the 2D simulation. We start by dragging a sample into the 2D display. Here's our sample. This opens the Sample Parameters tab. When the device is in MIDI mode, playing a note or notes will trigger a looping section of the loaded sample. In the Sample Playback tab, we can adjust some parameters that control the playback of the sample. Start controls where in the sample playback starts from, and Size controls the size of the looped section of the sample. Size can be set in milliseconds or synced note lengths. The fade controls apply a fade to the beginning or end of the loop. When fade center is all the way to the left, the loop will fade out. When it's all the way to the right, the loop will fade in. The sample can also be played in reverse, and there is a multi-mode filter to process the sound. At the bottom of the Sample Playback tab are the particle attribute controls. These let you map particle attributes to control elements of the sound. Each of the 5 controls represents a different attribute of the particles within the simulation. The leftmost control represents a particle's horizontal position. Let's map this to affect the panning of the sound. Note that each particle within the system represents an independent playback of the sample, and when in MIDI mode, each note played will create a new particle. I'll play a chord and notice how the panning of each individual note is affected by the corresponding particle's horizontal position. The second attribute control represents a particle's vertical position. Let's map this to control the filter. Again, notice how the filter setting of each particle is independent. The middle control represents a particle's distance from the center. Let's map this to pitch. When a control is affecting the pitch, we can click the S button to quantize the pitch to a number of preset scales. Let's go with octave. The fourth control represents a particle's speed. Let's map this to size, so the size of the looping section will increase and decrease as the particle speeds up or slows down. The fifth control represents the mass of the particle. We'll map this to the gain for now. But you might have noticed that the mass of the particles, represented in the simulation by the size of each particle, doesn't really change much. Let's head over to the Particle System tab, where we can adjust some behaviors of the particle system. For now, we're just concerned with the mass control. You can use this to set a mass that each new particle will be created at. We can also define an amount that the mass of each particle will be randomized. Let's set this to the maximum and play some notes. We'll come back to these controls again later, but for now, let's head over to the third tab, which controls the forces applied to the particles that affect how they move. In the center of the display is a white square. This is called the attractor. Strength affects how strongly the particles are attracted to or repelled from the attractor. At positive values, the particles are attracted, and at negative values, the particles are repelled. Looking at the particles, we can see that some particles are blue and some are yellow. These colors represent a particle's charge, blue for positive or yellow for negative. You can set whether the attractor attracts or repels only positive particles, only negative particles, or both. Magnetism determines whether oppositely charged particles attract or repel one another. When magnetism is in the middle, it has no effect. Because the particles exist within this dynamic 2D system, each control affects how the others behave, and tiny adjustments on one can have drastic effects on another element of the system. So be sure to play around with these, making small adjustments and noticing how the particles are affected. Vector grain can also function as a granular looper, which is great for creating evolving pads, atmospheres, and textures. If we adjust the grains control, the device is no longer triggered by MIDI, but will generate grains based on the number set on the control. With lock off, the grains will play constantly. If we enable lock, grains will only play when Live's transport is running. By default, once grains are created, they will exist indefinitely. Let's head back to the Particle Systems tab, where we can enable the emitter. The emitter creates and destroys particles at regular intervals. Rate defines the rate at which new grains are created, and life defines for how long these grains will exist before they're destroyed. The total number of grains that can exist simultaneously is always defined by the grains control. So the grains, rate, and life controls work together to determine how many grains will exist at any given time. Remember that because vector grain works with samples, the kinds of sounds you can achieve vary greatly depending on the source material you use. Be sure to explore different sounds as your source material to see what kinds of results you can get. are also many other controls we haven't discussed, but remember that you can use Live's info view to discover more about the controls in Vector Grain. Click the toggle in the bottom left of Live's window to open the info view, then hover over any parameter within Vector Grain to learn more about that control. Also be sure to explore some of the included Vector Grain presets to get an idea of the range of sounds possible with Vector Grain.